guys, welcome back. Get ready because today we are jumping back into the world of Mushoku Tensei. In this video, we're covering Volume 02, including the prologue and chapters 1 to 8. Sit back, relax, and let's get into it.
Volume 2, Prologue. I am currently running. I am fleeing away with all my strength from the beast's claws. I escape with all my concentration, carrying with me a heart full of fear. Over the stairs, jumping through the courtyard, sometimes using magic to cling to the roof, sometimes falling down.
Where are you?
That fellow releases a roar and chases after me. No matter where I run, I am quite confident in my physical strength. After all, I have been running since I was 2 or 3, training in the sword.
But this bit of self-confidence has been shattered. That fellow, as if to mock my efforts, chases me without running out of breath, with blood-red hair flying in the winds. That fellow does not know the meaning of giving up. No matter how far I run, the instant I relax will be the moment that fellow closes the gap bit by bit. I am starting to run out of breath. I cannot keep running. I am already unable to escape. I will hide. There is only that option. I hide in the shadow of the stairs, observing from the area that allows observation of the plants, when I hear the beast roaring from the center of the mansion.
Rudeus Greyrat?
I will never forgive you!
This roar makes my legs tremble. I am Rudeus Greyrat, 7 years old. I have bright tea-colored hair. I am a robust Bishonen and a former 34-year-old NEET.
Because I did not go to my parents' funeral and got chased out by my family, I got killed by a truck. But because of fate's bad joke, I have retained my memories and reincarnated as a baby. I have reflected on my past life, acting as a horrible human being, and in these 7 years, I have worked hard to live earnestly. Learning how to speak and write, learning magic, training in the sword, establishing good relationships with my parents, and even meeting a cute childhood friend named Sylphie. To be able to go to school with Sylphie, I have complied to the job's request, letting me earn for 2 people's share for the school fees, and come to the city of Roa. If I complete the job for the young lady's education, the employer will pay for the school fees, even though it's supposed to be something like that.
Come on, wherever you are, I'll crush you into bits!
I look out from the observation area and shiver from the beast's noises, trembling from the violent incarnate that is in the shape of a young girl. Why has it turned out this way? I'll have to trace it back to 1 hour ago.
Volume 2, Chapter 1. When we reached Roa, it had turned into evening. The distance between the village Buina and Roa is about a day's journey on a horse carriage. If you count the time, it is about 6 to 7 hours. You can say that is far, but if you said it is near, it would not be untrue. The city of Roa is indeed one of the largest cities around here, as it is a bustling place. The first thing that I see are the walls. They surround the city to about 7 to 8 meters high and look very reliable. Around the city gate, there is an unending flow of traffic, and once we are inside, I immediately see all sorts of hawkers. And right at the place where we just entered, there were a series of inns and stables. The citizens are mingling with the merchants, there are people wearing armor walking by, and the entire place looks like a fantasy out of a storybook. There are some people carrying huge luggage sitting right at an area as if they are waiting for something. What could it be?
Ghislaine, do you know what that is?
I ask the person sitting opposite me. Having beast's ears and a tail, and wearing very revealing leather clothes with chocolate-colored skin underneath them, is a huge guy with muscles. No, it is a female swordswoman. Ghislaine de Doldia, 3rd in the Sword God style rankings, a formidable swordswoman, having the title of a sword king, has agreed to teach me swordsmanship where we are going to. She is the 2nd teacher to me. Kid. She reveals an irritated expression to my question. Are you treating me as an idiot? Ghislaine glares at me fiercely, scaring me.
No, I don't know what that is, so I wanted to ask. Sorry. That is what you meant. Seeing that I am about to break into tears, Ghislaine swiftly replies. That is the waiting area for the public carriage. Going from city to city requires that, and if you pay the driver money, you can take it. Ghislaine points to the shop houses one by one, telling me that this is a weapons store, that is a bar, and over there is some trading association. Hey, wait, that is a pretty suspicious shop. Even though her appearance frightens people, she's very friendly. We enter into a corner, and the atmosphere changes. After the numerous stores catering to the adventurers, as we progress forward in the horse carriage, we see many residential shops. There must be people dwelling deep in the alley. It looks like a planned placement. If there are enemies around, the people surrounding here will defend, while the citizens escape into the heart of the city, or escape from the opposite direction. Since it is this kind of concept, the more you go in, the grander the horses are, and even the shops are tall. The deeper you go into the center, the richer the people. And then, right at the center of the city is the tallest building. This is the owner's mansion. Rather than saying it is a mansion, this is more like a castle.
It is said that 400 years ago, this place was held as the last line of defense. It is a city with a long history, so this is the castle in the city. But only the part about history is true. The nobles that are at the capital deem this as a place where many low-class adventurers reside in. It seems that the Ojo-sama's noble status is quite high since we are coming here. Not exactly. Ghislaine shakes her head. But since the Lord's mansion is already in front of my eyes, based on the earlier deduction, the people staying around here are obviously high class. Or maybe not. Staying in this area situated near the borders, the rank might not be anywhere high. Eh? As I think of that, the driver greets the person at the mansion's gate and enters it. Is that the Lord's daughter? No. Is it not? Almost. Is there some deep meaning to it? I just do not get it. The horse carriage stops. Part 2. When we enter the mansion, we are brought into a room that looks like it is meant to entertain guests. The butler points towards the 2 sofas. This is the first interview for me. I'll do this carefully. Please sit over there. I obey and sit down, and Ghislaine leaves without saying a word and stands at the corner of the room, which can oversee the entire area. If that happened back in my past life, I would think it was Chunibyo.
The young master is about to come. Please wait a moment. The butler pours a liquid that resembles red tea into a very high-class teacup and waits at the entrance. I drink the steaming liquid. It isn't bad. Even though I don't know how to sample the quality of red tea, this must be quite expensive. From the start, there was no beverage prepared for Ghislaine. It seems like I'm the only one treated as a guest.
Where is it? When I ponder over this stuff, a huge voice and angry footsteps travel from the side of the rooms. Is it here? A robust-looking man roughly enters the room. His age seems to be around 50 years old, and his dark brown hair is mixed with a little white hair, but he seems to be in a pretty good shape. I place the cup down and stand up, bending my waist to 90 degrees.
You don't even know how to make a greeting.
Old master, Rudeus Dono has never left Buena Village. He's still young and hasn't had the time to learn etiquette. Please forgive that small rudeness.
Shut it! Paul doesn't even teach the formalities to his son.
I heard that Father hated the stiff rules, and thus he purposely did not teach me.
Ugh, an excuse right away. You're the same as Paul.
Does Father always find excuses?
What do you think? Whenever he opens his mouth, it's an excuse. If he wets the bed, he finds an excuse. If he quarrels, he finds an excuse. If he lazes in his studies, he also finds an excuse.
I see. That's true.
If you want to learn something, at least know etiquette. You didn't try it at all, and that is how you turned out this way.
But what he says isn't wrong, and not without reason. I have only learned magic and the sword, and I never thought about learning something new. Perhaps my vision is too narrow. I must reflect on it earnestly. You are right. This is indeed caused by my own hands. I apologize deeply for this.
The old master stomps on the floor with his feet as I lower my head.
But it seems that you didn't use it as an excuse and tried your best to present a formal pose. I'll allow you to stay in the mansion.
I don't really get what's going on, but it seems that I have been forgiven. After the old master throws down this line, he turns his body vigorously and leaves like a storm.
Who is? The Lord of Fedoa, Sauros Boreas Greyrat-sama. He's Master Paul's uncle.
So, that guy's a lord. He's a little too overbearing. I really worry about his ruling. Well, there are many adventurers here, so if he doesn't have that imposing figure, he probably won't be able to handle the duties of a lord. Huh? Greyrat? Uncle? That means he's my grandfather's brother?
Yes.
I had already guessed that Paul utilized the relationship that he broke off. But come to think of it, his old home is amongst the high-ranking nobles. That guy must have been a young master from quite a good place somewhere.
What's wrong, Thomas? Why is the door always open? But Father looks quite happy. Did something happen? A man with a slender body and bright tea-colored hair enters from the other side of the door. According to the way he describes Father, he must be Paul's cousin.
Young master, I am really sorry. Old master has just met Rudeus-sama and seems to be pleased with him.
Oh, a child that Father took notice of. Did he choose wrongly?
He says while walking to the sofa opposite of me and sits down. That's right. I better quickly greet him. Pleased to meet you. My name is Rudeus Greyrat. I lower my head with almost the same bow that I did earlier.
Ah, my name is Philip Boreas Greyrat. When nobles do their greeting, they will bring their right hand to their chest and lower their head slightly. From the way you did it, you must have gotten scolded.
Is it something like that?
I imitated Philip's actions and raised my head a little. Something like that. But the way you greeted isn't bad. If a blacksmith greeted Father that way, he would have probably been happy. Sit. Philip sits back down with a plop. I follow his directions to sit. Has the interview started? How much exactly do you understand?
Rudeus Greyrat. He said that if I teach the Ojo-sama here for 5 years, I will be supported with the fees to go into the magic university.
Is that all?
I see. Philip puts his hands under his chin as if to think about something, and his eyes look at the table. Do you like girls?
Not to the level of Father.
Is that so? Okay.
You pass.
Huh? Aura, that was too fast, right?
As of now, that child only favors 2 people. Adina, who teaches etiquette, and Ghislaine, who teaches the sword. Before this, 5 people have been sacked. One of them was a man who was even taught in the royal palace.
Even if he taught at the royal palace, the way he teaches might not be good. But I didn't say that out loud. Does this have anything to do with liking girls?
Not at all. Because Paul is one who would try anything for a cute girl, I'm wondering if you're the same.
I'm the one who feels like shrugging. You actually grouped me together with that guy?
To be clear, I don't hold any expectations of you. Because you're Paul's son, I want you to try in any case.
Whoa, that's a little too clear.
What's the matter? Do you have the confidence?
I don't really have it. But even if I don't, I can't say it out loud in this atmosphere. I'm not too sure until I meet her. If I fail at this job and search for another, I'll be laughed at by Paul very hard, saying something like, "You're still a child" or something. Are you kidding me? How can I be laughed at by a guy who's younger than me? Moo. If it doesn't work out in reality, let's try acting it out. I'll use my previous life's knowledge, a method to tame the Ojo-sama.
Act out. How does that work?
When I'm with the Ojo-sama, we will get kidnapped by a certain family's bad guy. I'll use language, math, and magic to escape with the Ojo-sama and return with our own strength to the mansion.
After listening to my words, Philip keeps quiet for a while, but quickly understands the plot and nods. In other words, you want her to take the initiative to learn. Interesting. But will it be that smooth?
I think that it has a better chance than the adults educating her. A plot that usually happens in anime and manga. After witnessing or living through an incident, a child who hates books will learn the importance of learning, even if it's a self-directed and self-acted scene.
I think that has a better chance than the adults educating her. Is that something that Paul taught? Whatever that you said, a method to having girls feeding from your palms?
No. Even if Father doesn't do all that, he's still very popular.
That's true. That guy always had the ladies' luck. Even if he stands there, there will be a girl coming up to him.
Oh, anyone that Father knows seems to have hooked up with him. Even Ghislaine over there seems to be one.
That's really something to be envious of.
I worry whether he will lay his hands on my friend in Buena Village.
After I say that, I begin to really worry. 5 years later, she will grow up. When I go back, Sylphie has become one of my mothers. Oh my God.
You don't need to worry about that. Paul is only interested in girls who are big.
Philip looks at Ghislaine in the corner as he says that.
I see. I look at Ghislaine. She's huge. Zenith and Lily are also big. What do I mean by big? Of course, it's the boobs.
If it's 5 years, it should be fine. A mixed elf blood. Even if they grow up, they won't be so big. Also, I think Paul wouldn't be so sick.
Is that so? And this guy actually knows that Sylphie is an elf. Then, as a precaution, I'll treat everything that has happened in Buena Village to have been thoroughly investigated. I should say something like, "Will you try and seduce my daughter?"
What exactly are you worried of from a 7-year-old kid?
That's really too rude. I won't do anything at all. At most, she will fall in love with me. I'll lead her.
But judging from Paul's letter, you were playing too much with that girl in the village, and he had to forcefully make you leave. Even though I think it's a joke, after listening to your plans just now, this might not be fake.
I'm only just a friend of Sylphie. And I want to raise my only friend to be my obedient girl. Even if you tear my lips apart, that will never be said out loud. Some things that don't need to be said shouldn't be said.
Well, fine. Nothing will progress if we just talk. I'll let you see my daughter. Thomas, bring her.
Philip stands up as he finishes saying that. Just like that, she and I meet. This shrew is really haughty. The first time I saw her, I made this judgment. She's older than me by 2 years. The corner of her eyes are raised, and she has wave-like hair. Her hair color is crimson. It's as if it's a pure red that has been painted on. 2 words. Totally explosive. Perhaps she will become pretty, but most of the guys will think it's impossible between me and her. Maybe a natural M? Nah, not even that low class. In any case, she's dangerous. Every cell in my body is screaming for me to not get close to her. Pleased to meet you. My name is Rudeus Greyrat. But in any case, I can't run away. I'll use what I learned just now.
She snorts the same way her grandfather did from the first look. She stands with both of her feet planted to the ground, looking at me with a condescending attitude, looking down from above. She's taller than me. She displays an unhappy attitude after seeing me and says, "What the heck? Aren't you smaller than me? Are you joking to let someone like this teach me?"
I think that it doesn't have anything to do with age. What did you say? You dare to argue with me? My voice is so loud. My eardrums are about to shatter. It's merely something that Ojo-sama can't do, that I can do.
With that said, Ojo-sama's hair seems to turn straight. I have never seen anger that can materialize. This is utterly frightening. Gah, crap! Why do I have to be scared of a child who hasn't turned 10?
What? You're too arrogant. Do you know who I am?
Rudeus. You're my older cousin.
Cousin? What's that?
My father's cousin's daughter. You can say that you're my grand-uncle's daughter.
What kind of confusing rubbish is that?
Was it something incorrect? Well, maybe saying the name of the relative is easier. Have you heard of the name Paul?
How can it be possible that I heard it before?
Is that so?
I feel surprised that she doesn't know the name. In any case, I'll talk to her. You must keep on talking. The god of walkthroughs once said that. The next instant that I think of that, Oju-sama raises her hand. Pam! Eh? That was too sudden. The Oju-sama suddenly strikes me. My mind is a little confused, and I ask her, "Why did you hit me?"
Because you're so arrogant when you're smaller than me.
Oh, I see. The cheek that was hit stings. That really hurts. The second image. Violence. I really have no choice. Then, I'm hitting back.
Ha! I didn't wait for her reply and slapped her. Pooh!
That sounds really weird. It is probably that I'm not used to slapping. Well, never mind. It probably still hurts.
When you hit people, it hurts. Do you understand now? As I prepare to say that, I saw that Oju-sama raising her fist in fury. The Deva King, exactly the same. Without waiting for me to think, she hits me. I stumble backwards, and she continues with a kick. My entire body flies backwards after that impact to my chest. The next moment, she has mounted me. My hands are sealed with her legs. Ara, I can't move? Wait! Hey! My awkward voice is covered by the Oju-sama's roars of fury.
You actually attacked me! I'm gonna make you regret it!
The punches come flying at me.
Ow! Ow! Stop! No, stop that!
After the fifth punch, I finally use magic and escape from under her. I hold my trembling legs together and stand up. Raising my hands and preparing to use magic to engage her, I use a wind magic shockwave aimed at the Oju-sama's face. No longer can be forgiven. The Oju-sama's face receives the blow and flies upwards, but she doesn't stop for one moment and comes running like a monster. After seeing that expression, I realize I am wrong. I quickly run away in a tumbling manner. That isn't an arrogant Oju-sama. That's like the protagonist in a delinquent manga. Maybe I can use magic to beat her senseless, but she will absolutely not listen to me. And once that Oju-sama is revived, she will find me for revenge. I can try using magic to bring her down every time, but she will not feel any setbacks. And she's different from the protagonist. Regardless of how despicable an act is, she will definitely use it. Like throwing a vase from the second floor, or hiding in some corner and using a wooden sword to cut me. She will use everything that she has and return 10 times the revenge. And she will not have mercy. This isn't a joke. I can't use healing magic if I don't chant it. And if the battle doesn't end, she will never listen to me. Using brute force against her? That is not an option I can ever choose this time. And then we go back to the beginning. After that, Oju-sama gets tired and gives up looking and returns to her bedroom. She didn't discover me, but she nearly found me. When that red-haired devil walked in front of my eyes, I couldn't feel that I was alive.
I have never thought I would experience the feelings of the protagonist in a horror movie. When I return to Philip in exhaustion, he smiles wryly to me.
How was it? Nothing works.
I half cry when replying. When I got hit by her, I almost thought I would be killed. When I escaped, I almost cried out. I haven't experienced that for a really long time. And when I think about I remembered that, such a long time, which means I had experienced something like this before. Still, this isn't psychological trauma.
I will not give up. I haven't done anything. If I gave up so soon, wouldn't that mean that I got hit for nothing? I need to request something from you. I lower my head to Philip with force. I need to let that beast know the meaning of true terror.
I got it. Thomas, go ahead and do the preparations. Philip instructs the butler, who then leaves the room. But on that topic, the idea that you thought of was really interesting.
Is that so?
Yes. You are the only one amongst the tutors that came up with such a big plan.
Do you think it will work? I feel a little uneasy. Can I settle that Ojo-sama with my petty tricks? Philip shrugs. That will depend on your efforts.
The way she attacked people can only be deemed as well practiced. That is a way to beat down people. Regardless of whether the opponent can or cannot retaliate, she will just hit them without care. Even though she's only 9 years old, the process of how she makes people feel helpless is too practiced. Can I teach someone like her? Philip and I discussed it over. Let her get kidnapped and experience helplessness, and then I'll rescue her. She will then respect me and obediently receive my guidance. The plan sounds simple, but I know the basic process. If she doesn't do something unexpected, it should progress smoothly. But will it really be smooth? That level of violence is beyond my imagination. Using all her strength to roar and yell, biting down on her prey, and then tearing it to bits. A violence that triumphs will. If she gets kidnapped, will she not feel a thing? If I rescue her, will she do an expression as if all this was to be expected and say, "Why didn't you come earlier, trash?" It's possible. It's possible if it's that Ojo-sama. She might do something unexpected, and I must think of a solution for everything. I must put down my determination. No matter what, this cannot fail. I keep thinking it through, the steps to make this plan work. But as I think about it, my thoughts are sinking into a marsh. God, please bless me to succeed. I don't believe in God in the slightest. But just like many Japanese, when something happens, we seek God's protection, saying something like, "Please let me succeed." When I discovered that my divine artifact, panties, was left in my room, I cry. My God, Roxy isn't here. Status: name, Ojo-sama. Profession: granddaughter of the Lord of Fadoa. Personality: violent. When talking to her, doesn't listen. Language: only able to write her name. Math: single digits. Magic: not even a scintilla. Sword: elementary ranked in the sword god style. Etiquette: Boreas is wake reading. The people that she likes: grandfather, Ghislaine.
Volume 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. When I woke up, I found myself inside a small and dirty warehouse. The sunlight was pouring in from the window with metal bars installed in it. My entire body hurt, and after I ensured that there weren't any broken bones, I started to chant healing magic in a small voice. My hands were tied behind my back, but this was not really any trouble to me. All right, I am completely healed. My clothes are not torn. Very good. The strategy is progressing smoothly. The plan for convincing Ojo-sama was this. 1. First of all, going with Ojo-sama to the clothing store. 2. Because Ojo-sama is very mischievous, she will want to run out of the store by herself. 3. Usually Ghislaine will be beside Ojo-sama as her guard, but she will not notice Ojo-sama by coincidence. 4.
even though I'm following her, to her, I'm just a brat who's weaker than her and submitted into being beaten on the follow after quarreling with her, so Ojo-sama doesn't take notice of me at all. 5. I will be treated as her follower and move with Ojo-sama around the area, gradually moving to an isolated place in the city, as she seems to admire adventurers. 6. At this point, the bad people that the Greyrat family arranged will appear. 7. Easily knocking Ojo-sama and me out. Then, kidnapping and bringing us to the neighboring city and locking us up. 8. I will use magic and escape from the area. 9. Realize that this is a different city. 10. Using the money hidden in my underwear and taking a horse carriage back. 11. Teach Ojo-sama when we reach home. Up until now, it had gone smoothly until step number 7. The next thing would be me using the magic, knowledge, wisdom, and courage to escape from here in style. To keep the realism, I still needed to improvise an act. I don't know if it will succeed, and feel slightly uneasy. But this place is slightly different from the arrangement. The entire warehouse is full of dust, and the corner has a broken chair and an armor full of holes. Didn't they say the place wouldn't be shabby? Well, even though it's an act, there's a need to bring out the real stuff. Let's just take it.
After a while, Ojo-sama also woke up. Opening her eyes, realizing she's in a foreign place and trying to get up, but also realizing that her hands are bound behind her, and in the end, falling to the ground like a worm.
What is this? Stop joking with me! Don't you know who I am? Let go of me!
What a terrible yell. I had once thought of it back at the mansion, but she has never tried to control her voice at all. Can it be that she does it so that she can cover the entire house with one yell in that incredibly big mansion? No, she probably has never thought about it. The Oju-sama's grandfather, Fudoa's lord, is the type that also uses a voice to pressure others. The grandfather had used his voice to intimidate both the servants and Philip, and Oju-sama must have witnessed it countless times. Kids like to imitate things, especially the bad stuff.
You're too noisy, you sheety brat!
While the Ojo-sama was creating a racket, the door got opened roughly, and a man entered. He has ugly clothes, his entire body stinks, with a face full of stubble and a bald head. If he presented a name card with bandit written on it, it would be quite persuasive. The acting is quite good. Now I don't need to worry about my acting being seen through.
You stink! Don't come near me! You stink too much! Don't you know who I am? Giesling will immediately come and cut you into half!
Bam! With a noise that sounded like it hurt very much, Oju-sama got kicked by the man. She uttered a noise that a lady will never make. Her entire body flew up and finally knocked against the wall violently.
Damn you! What are you trying to be arrogant for? I know you two are the grandchildren of the Lord! The man mercilessly stepped on the immovable Oju-sama, whose hands were bound behind her back.
Hey, isn't this a little too much?
It hurts a lot. Stop. Ow. Stop. Ow. Stop.
The man kicked Oju-sama for a while and finally spat at her face. Then he turned around and glared at me. As I avoid his eyes the next instant, I got kicked in the face once, and I flew out.
Oh, ouch. That really hurt. Even though it's an act, can you please not hit so hard? Even though I did say that, I can use healing magic to heal wounds.
Acting like you're happy.
The man walked out of the warehouse. I heard that as he walked out of the door. Quieter now.
Yeah. You didn't kill her, right? If you injured her too much, the money'll go down too. What? Their dialogue is really strange. If it's just great acting, that is fine. But it doesn't feel like that. Could it be, that?
What? Well, there's nothing much to it. At most, it's good enough for that boy to be alive.
It's not good at all.
After I couldn't hear their voices anymore, I counted a full 300 seconds and burned the ropes with fire magic and moved over to Ojo-sama. Ojo-sama still had blood flowing from her nose. Her eyes were unfocused, and she kept muttering something in her mouth. When I listened closely, it was something about absolutely cannot be forgiven something. I'll complain to grandfather something. And afterwards, some dangerous words that weren't really suited for the ears. In any case, I'll check her injuries and confirm it with my hand.
Ah! Ojo-sama met my eyes and trembled as if she felt that pain. I used a finger over my lips and signaled her to be quiet. I confirmed the positions of the injuries from her reactions. 2 of her bones are broken. Oh, merciful Mother of Gods, please heal this one's wounds and let her recover with a healthy body. I quietly chant the intermediate ranked magic and heal Ojo-sama's body. Healing magic isn't effective by pouring more mana into the spell. I don't know if it will completely heal her. Hopefully the bones are not set wrongly.
It doesn't hurt.
Ojo-sama looks at her body in surprise. I go closer to her and whispered in her ears. Shh, don't be so loud. Your bones are broken, and I just used healing magic. Ojo-sama, we seem to have been kidnapped by bad people. They are the sworn enemies of the Lord. Our next step should be...
Ghislaine, save me! They are going to kill us! Quickly, save me!
I quickly hide the ropes underneath my shirt and run to the corner. My back faces the wall, and I hide my hands behind my back, acting as if I'm still tied up. The man breaks open the door in response to Ojo-sama's full efforts and screaming. "Shut up!" And he kicks Ojo-sama even longer than before. I'm really speechless over her learning capabilities. Damn it! If you scream again, I'll kill you!
I even get kicked twice. I didn't do anything at all. Please don't kick me. I really feel like crying. I think of that while I move over to Ojo-sama. This is too much. I'm not sure what happened to her bones, but judging from her mouthfuls of puked blood, it seems that her organs have ruptured. The bones in her hands and legs have all been broken. I don't really know too much about medical stuff, but if she's left like that, she will probably die, right? Let the power of God be converted into a bountiful crop and bestowed into ones who had lost their strength to stand up once again. Healing! In any case, I'll use elementary ranked magic to cure her a little. Ojo-sama isn't vomiting blood anymore. She probably wouldn't die now? Maybe.
It still hurts. Help me heal.
I'm not doing that. If you're healed, aren't you going to get kicked again? Please use your own magic.
How do I know to use that?
If you learned it from before, you can use it right now.
I throw down a line like that and move towards the door. I then place my ear against the door, wanting to listen to what they say. The more I think, the more I find this to be strange. No matter what, hitting Ojo-sama till she's half dead is overdoing things. Then, are we gonna sell to that guy from the last time?
No, it's better to ask for ransom.
Wouldn't we get caught?
It doesn't matter. We will go to another country. Judging from their words, they really plan on selling us. Requesting someone familiar to pretend to attack the girl, and in the end we meet the real deal? That sort of development? Where did it go wrong? Did the ones who were supposed to kidnap us get targeted by them? Did they target us from the start? Or did Philip really intended to sell his daughter? That last possibility isn't really possible. Whatever, I'm not going to think about this now. No matter what, the things I'm going to do aren't changing. It only lacks the safety.
In any case, we better make a decision before tonight.
No matter which decision,
It is right.
Rudeus Greyrat. They seem to be discussing whether to sell us or seek ransom from the Lord. They look like they are planning to leave here tonight. In that case, I better move while the day is still bright. All right. But what should I do? Break out of the door and subdue the kidnappers? After beating the kidnappers to a pulp, Oju-sama will respect me. I don't feel like it will happen that way, though. I think she will feel that she would have won, if not for the part where she was tied up. And in the end, she will think that violence is the only way. That will not work. I must teach her that there's no advantage to using violence. Otherwise, I'll get hit in the future. I need to let her feel helpless. It's possible that I may not beat the kidnappers anyway. I'm pretty sure that I will lose if the kidnappers are as strong as Paul. In that case, I will be killed, without a doubt. All right, no matter what, without contact with the kidnappers, we will escape from here. I look back and check Oju-sama's condition. She's glaring at me in anger. I'll do my assignment in any case. First, I'll use earth and fire magic and seal the gaps on the door. Then, slowly use fire magic to melt it slowly, making it unable to move. This door will become a door that does not open, but it won't last if the door is kicked hard. This is only a precaution.
After that, I move towards the window. Even though I consider focusing and melting one of the iron bars with fire magic, I think it will be too hot and give up. After trying different solutions, I use water magic and change the earth surrounding the window into mud and successfully take the entire bars down. The hole is large enough to allow a child to slip through. That way, the escape route is ensured. Ojo-sama, it seems this time we have been kidnapped by the sworn enemies of the Lord, and they are discussing to wait till tonight to bring their companions and torture us to death.
You are lying, right?
Of course I'm lying, but Ojo-sama's face turns green immediately. I don't want to die yet, so I'm running on my own. Goodbye.
I push myself up where the metal bar was previously on the window. At this time, there's a sound coming from the direction of the door.
Hey, why isn't the door opening? What the hell?
Fierce banging comes from the other side of the door. Turning her head back, Ojo-sama looks at the door in fear-like despair and looks to me again, repeating this a few times.
Don't leave me behind! Save me!
Ara, you calmed down so fast. That's a surprise. Even if it's Ojo-sama, you would still get scared under these circumstances. I immediately go near Ojo-sama and whisper in her ears. Before we reach home, you must completely listen to me. Can you promise me that?
Listen, I'll listen, okay?
Can you promise not to shout? Ghislaine isn't here.
I promise. Hurry, coming in, they are coming in.
Ojo-sama nodded forcefully. Her entire face is full of fear and anxiety, completely different from the time when she hit me. It's most important that she experiences the emotions of being hit one-sidedly. If you break your words, I will absolutely leave you behind. I say something that sounded as cold as possible, while I bury the door with earth magic. Then I burnt the ropes with fire magic, and completely cured Ojo-sama with intermediate ranked magic. Finally, I climbed onto the window and pulled Ojo-sama up. Part 2. After climbing out of the warehouse, I found that this was a different city. No walls. At least this isn't Roa. It's not the size of a village, but can be considered as a small town. If I don't continue moving to the next step, we will immediately be discovered.
Whew. I think it should be fine if we escape to this place over here.
The Ojo-sama talks loudly. Does she think she's safe now?
Didn't you promise not to speak loudly before we reached home?
Why should I keep your promise?
Ojo-sama says it like it's a natural thing. This damn brat. Is that so? Then I'll part here. Goodbye.
Oju-sama snorted without a care and turned around. Right at this time, an angry roar came from far away.
Bloody brats! Where did you run away to?
Either they kicked the door down, decided to check the window to see the situation, and found that the bars were missing, and discovered that we escaped and chased us right away. It should be something like that.
Oh! Oju-sama gave a small scream and runs back immediately. I was just kidding just now. I won't talk loudly anymore. Bring me back.
Rudeus Greyrat. I'm not Ojo-sama's servant, and I'm not a slave. I'm a little pissed over this condescending attitude.
What? Aren't you the home tutor?
Aren't you mistaken?
Eh?
Ojo-sama said you were not satisfied, so I'm not officially hired.
I'll hire you.
She turned her head to one, as if she's very unwilling. I need to make a definite promise with her.
You're saying that now, but once you reach the mansion, you're going to break that promise like just now, right?
I used a cold voice as much as I possibly can. Without any emotions, I plainly said that. But my tone was saying that you would never fulfill that promise.
Eris, please, I won't break that promise. Please save me.
If you promise to not talk loudly and listen to whatever I say, you can follow me.
I got it.
Ojo-sama nodded obediently. Very good. Then I'll move on to the next step. First of all, I take out 5 Ossarin large copper coins from my underwear, which is my entire fortune now. Just to add one, the copper coins are 1/10 of a silver coin. It's a sum that doesn't make people be at peace. But it should be enough with this.
Please follow me.
I moved away from the angry roars and moved towards the town's entrance. At the entrance, there was a guard lazily standing at the watchtower. I gave a copper coin to him.
If you see someone looking for us, please tell them that we went outside of the city.
Huh? What? Kids? I understand that, but are you playing hide and seek? So much money. Are you from some noble families? Really now?
Please do that.
I got it.
I found his reply to be perfunctory, but at least that will buy us some time. Then we just go straight to the area where the public horse carriage is at. I have already confirmed the price against the wall. I also checked the current location.
This is a town next to Roa called Widden.
I whispered in Oju-sama's ears, and she seemed to hold true to her promise, whispering to me too.
Eris Greyrat with a curious whisper? How do you know that?
Rudeus Greyrat, matter-of-factly.
Isn't it written there? Eris Greyrat with a shamed whisper? I can't read it.
Very good. Very good. It is convenient if you can understand it, because the way to use the public transport is also there. Honestly, we were transported here within a single day. Coming to a foreign city makes me feel really uneasy. My trauma is about to reemerge. No, I'm already different from the time where I didn't even know where hello was. Come to think of it, Paul sounds like hello on the letters. When I was thinking of nonsensical things, I felt that the angry roars were approaching.
Bastards! Where have you been hiding at? Get out right here!
Let's hide.
I grabbed Ojo-sama, hid behind the toilet at the waiting area, and locked the door. Footsteps transmitted from the outside.
Where did you go, you bastards?
Don't think you can escape. Whoa, that's really scary. Can you not make that noise while you're searching? You should at least use a gentler voice. I might even be lured out, although it's probably impossible.
Finally, the voice goes distant. I can temporarily relax, but I can't be careless. Sometimes people who panic will search the same spot several times.
Will it be all right?
Ojo-sama covered her mouth with a shivering hand. Her body is in jitters.
Well, if we get found, we'll have to fight for our lives.
I see. All right.
But we probably can't beat them.
Is that so?
Ojo-sama suddenly got her fire back, and I corrected myself a little. If she suddenly runs out and fights them, I'll be troubled. But just then, when I looked at the fees to take the carriage, I saw that we will need to change horse carriages twice if we set off from here.
Ojo-sama showed off a face with, "So what?"
The horse carriage starts off at 8 in the morning, and one horse carriage sets off every 2 hours. It is the same in other towns. Therefore, setting off from here needs 3 hours. It's about to reach the 4th carriage, which means...
Which means?
Even if we get to the next town, there's no horse carriage heading to Roa. We will need to stay a night at the next town.
I see.
Ojo-sama looked like she was about to shout out, but she still held it in at the end. Be careful. Don't make huge noises, okay? I have 4 Asuran large copper coins to get from here to the next town, rest a night there, and set off from there to Roa. Using the money here will barely
be enough, right?
Yes, enough.
Ojo-sama exhaled with relief. But now is not the time to relax.
That is if we're not lied to in coin change.
Coin change? What's that? Ojo-sama showed off that expression. Perhaps she has never used her money to buy something before?
The boss at the inn and the station will think that we can't count as we're children. Then they might not give us the correct change. At that time, we can point out the error and they will give you the correct sum. But if we don't know how to count,
What will happen if we can't count?
then we won't be able to get a horse carriage and we'll get caught by those men.
Ojo-sama, the toilet is right there.
I got it. Then I'll take a look outside.
The moment I wanted to exit the room, my sleeve was pulled.
Don't go!
After excitedly witnessing Ojo-sama's peeing, we go outside from the toilet. The men seem to be gone. I'm not sure if they continued searching for us outside or within the city. If we got discovered, I could only use all my magic to immobilize them. I prayed in the hopes of defeating them and waited at the corner at the same time. Once the time was up, we handed over the money to the driver and got onto the horse carriage. Part 3. We finally reached the next city. To show Ojo-sama how cool the world is, I found a rundown place for lodging and slept on the haystacks. Ojo-sama seemed to be agitated to the point where she couldn't sleep. Every time she heard a sound, she would sit up and stare at the door in fright. After a while, she found nothing and would sigh with relief. Repeating this process constantly. On the second day, we took the first carriage out. Ojo-sama's eyes were bloodshot. It was perhaps due to insufficient sleep, but she didn't dare to close her eyes and alertly watched behind the horse carriage. A few times there were riders that caught up to the horse carriage, but they were not the kidnappers. Perhaps they were left behind in the distance. Perhaps they gave up. I fought that without care. After a few hours, nothing happened, and we were back at Roa. After passing through the reliable city walls, we could see the mansion from afar, and my heart was set with the emotion of safety. My thoughts subconsciously believed that it was safe already. After getting down from the horse carriage, we walked to the mansion. Our steps were fast and light. After traveling in the horse carriage and sleeping on the hay for the first time, I also felt tired. And as if to catch this weakness, Ojo-sama suddenly got pulled into the alley. Too careless. I realized only after 2 seconds
My eyes only left for 2 seconds, and within that time, Ojo-sama had gone missing. I really thought that she disappeared into thin air. At the corners on my eyes, there was a strip of cloth that had the same color as Ojo-sama's clothes on the wall. I immediately gave chase. Entering the alley, I saw 2 people's figures carrying Ojo-sama. I immediately casted the earth magic to make a wall. From my hands, the magic created a huge earthen wall in front of them. They could only stop in front of the sealed pathway where the earthen wall suddenly appeared.
What the heck? Ojo-sama has been covered. There were tears in her eyes. They are really too good at this, covering her mouth within seconds. And Ojo-sama seemed to have been struck. Her face is red. The opponents are 2 humans, and they are male. One of them is the violent person who kicked me. The other one is probably the person that he talked to. Both of them look like bandits, and both of them have a sword on their waist.
So it's this brat. You could have quietly gone back to your home. The 2 people got a shock from the sudden wall, but once they looked back at me, they smiled. The violent person walks towards me without caution. The other one carried Ojo-sama. Is there anyone else?
With that in mind, I decided to cast a small fireball on my fingertip.
What? You bastard! Looking at this, the violent person pulled out his sword. The other person became alert, placed the sword on Oju-sama's neck, and slowly retreated. You damn brat. I was wondering why you were so calm. You're actually a bodyguard magician? No wonder you escaped so easily. Damn it. I was fooled by your appearance. Are you from a demon race?
Rudeus Greyrat. I'm not a bodyguard. I haven't been officially hired. Even though I'm not from a demon race, there's no real need to correct it.
What? Then why are you interfering with us?
No, I'm supposed to be hired after this.
Oh, it's for money? For money. He's right about the money. I do intend to earn the fees for university. I don't deny that.
The violent person's mouth curled at the corners after listening to my reply.
In that case, come help us. Among our customers, there's a perverted noble who wants to buy girls with high social standing. If we're to get a ransom, that's also possible. I heard that she's the very precious daughter of the Lord here. They will give whatever we want.
I made a sound of being impressed, and Ojo-sama's face immediately turned green. Perhaps she knew that I was becoming her home tutor to pay off for the university fees.
Then how much can we get?
It's not pocket change like 1 or 2 gold per month. It's a lump sum of 100 gold coins. Even though I don't know how much that really means, it feels like the person is saying, wow, $1 million! That's really amazing, right? He's like a kindergarten kid. Kid, you might look young, but you're actually of a considerable age, right? Why would you think that? With that magic and that calm attitude, one look and we know it. The demon races have those kind of people. You must be troubled over your appearance, right? Well, you should know the importance of money, right? I see. From a person that doesn't know anything, he would treat it that way. Indeed, my mental age is past 40 years. You're totally right, as expected from Mr. Bandits. Indeed, living to this age, I know the importance of money. I was even thrown into a foreign land without any money. You see, right? Even though before that, I was living without any worries. Nearly 20 years of NEET life, full of AeroJ and internet games. It was half of my life. From there, I learned something. I can betray Ojo-sama, or my scenario with Ojo-sama can start here from helping her. Therefore, I'm very clear that there are things more important than money.
Don't talk about these pretty words! They are not pretty words. You can't buy dare with money. Oh, sheet. I said the truth in my heart. Dare? What is that?
The violent person seems to be confused, but the reality of the negotiation has broken down. His irritating smile was gone, and he placed the sword at Ojo-sama's neck with a solemn expression.
The hostage is with me. Throw away the fireball in your hand.
Can I throw it into the air?
Do it, but don't think of throwing it at us. Even if you're fast, you won't be faster than the sword in my hand. I'll cut this bitch's throat and use her as a shield.
He didn't let me dissipate it. No, perhaps he didn't know. From the time to cast the magic out is automatic. He wouldn't understand this part if he had never learned magic before. I got it. I manipulated the mana of the fireball before shooting. I created a special type of fireball, and then fired it with a strange sound accompanying it. A massive explosion happened in the air.
What?
What? Rudeus Greyrat. An ear-splitting explosion struck the ears. During the instant when everyone looked up, there was a glaring flash of light and a temperature that seemed to burn the skin. I began to run, casting magic as I ran. I created two types of magic that I used the most. On the right hand was the wind magic, true sonic boom. On the left hand was the earth magic, rock cannon. I released them at the two of them.
The sonic boom struck the one carrying the Ojo-sama. Ojo-sama fell from his arms, and I caught her safely. Princess-style carrying.
Don't look down on me. I looked at the other person and saw him cut the rock in two. Wah! Crap, he actually managed to split the rock. Even though I didn't know his style, it's a terrible thing. If he's as good as Paul, it will be troublesome. I might not be able to win against such an opponent. Oh, wah, 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 wah! I used wind and fire melded magic and created a shockwave near my feet and flew towards the opposite direction. This shockwave is strong enough to make me feel like the bones in my legs have snapped. In the next instant, a sword struck the place where I was just at earlier. The blade slices across the tip of my nose, leaving a wind-splitting sound. That is too dangerous. But he's not as fast as Paul. Then I just need to concentrate and handle him. I have already done countless fights against swordsmen in my mind. If I just follow according to what I practiced, I will be able to handle it. I prepared the next magic spell in the air. First is a fireball aimed at that guy's face. The speed is slightly slow. Blasphemy! That guy discerned the fireball clearly and prepared to face it by raising his sword. At the difference in timing when he strikes it, I use water and earth magic and create a quicksand at his feet. Even though he handled the fireball, his feet are completely buried in the extremely viscous mud, sealing his movements. Very good. We have won. I am sure of that. The enemies are unable to run, and although they manage to deflect the fireballs, I'm already out of their range. Even though I'm carrying Ojo-sama, once I find somewhere with people, it's our victory. Otherwise, I can call for help. Pause. Don't think of running! That guy suddenly throws his sword. With that, Paul's lesson springs to my mind. The technique of throwing the sword in the Northern God style, if their legs are injured. It's a technique to throw the sword at an opponent far away. The sword flew straight at me with high speed. I instinctively felt that I was unable to escape from it. The sword flies like a slow-motion cutscene. The destination is my head. Dead. The word dead flashes across my mind the next instant. A brown, tea-colored something flew in front of my eyes. At the same time, something like a vase crashed onto the floor, and the sword fell onto the floor. Huh? In front of my eyes is someone's back. a wide back. I raised my head and saw ears on the head. She's Ghislaine Dederudia.
Ghislaine Dedoldia. Leave the rest to me.
As she said that, the instant her hands moved to the sword on her waist, a red flash cut across the air. The head of the guy stuck in the quicksand falls onto the ground. Even though he was so far away, even though the sword couldn't possibly reach there.
Where did you come from?
The instant Ghislaine's tail moved, the other person's head fell down onto the ground as well. Smack. A sound like that. I can even hear it from here. My mind couldn't even catch up with that. I looked at the two collapsed bodies a few meters away in a daze. This really doesn't feel like something real. What happened? I really have no idea. They died? These questions floated up my mind.
Rudeus, there are only 2 enemies? Yes. Thank you, Ghislaine Nicha. Nichan is not needed. Ghislaine is enough.
Ghislaine turned back and nodded to me. I suddenly saw an explosion in the air, and I came running to check it out. Looks like my judgment was correct.
Fast! You just defeated them so quickly!
It didn't take more than 1 minute since the first time I used magic. That was too fast, no matter how you look at it.
I was nearby, and it wasn't very fast. As long as it's a Dederudia's warrior, an opponent like that can be killed instantly. But Rudeus, is this your first time fighting the Northern God style?
This is the first time that I experienced in trying to kill each other.
Is that so? You must take care. These guys won't give up before they die. Before they die. Indeed. I was at death's doorsteps. My legs trembled when I recalled the instant when the sword flew towards me. A moment where we tried to kill each other. That was just what happened. Well, let's go back. If I had made one wrong move, it would have been death. I haven't considered before. This is a different world. A world with sword and magic. What will happen to me if I die the next time? The unknown fear turns my blood cold.
Part 4. When I returned to the mansion, Ojo-sama sat on the floor as she just lost all energy. Her body seemed to be in a heap after the tension had been released. The maids ran to Ojo-sama in panic. Looking at the maids intending to help her, Ojo-sama knocked away the outstretched hands and stood up, shivering like a newborn deer. She stood up with her arms beneath her chest like the Deva King. She seemed to have regained her aura after reaching home. The maid stopped moving after discovering her strange posture. Ojo-sama suddenly pointed her finger at me and said loudly,
"It was a promise before we reached home. I can talk now, right?"
Yes, you can talk now, Oju-sama. I felt that I failed after hearing her extremely loud voice. An incident to this extent wouldn't be able to bring a violent and arrogant child back, especially after that first brawl to the death. My entire body was trembling. Perhaps Oju-sama had realized that, thinking that I'm only good with talking, but actually very weak.
"I'm especially allowing you to call me Heiress."
Eh?
I already said I'm especially allowing you to call me that.
That means, is it okay? I can be a home tutor? Whoa, are you serious? Did I succeed? That's amazing! Thank you very much, Heiress-sama.
You don't need to add Sama. Call me Heiress.
Heiress imitated Ghislaine and maintained that posture while sitting down on the ground with a plop. With that, I became Heiress Boreas Greyrat's home tutor. Status: Name: Heiress Boreas Greyrat. Profession: Granddaughter of the Lord of Fedoa. Personality: Violent. Talking to her? It's not completely impossible. Language. Only able to write her name. Math. Only addition. Magic. Is interested in it. Sword. Elementary ranked in the sword god style. Etiquette. Boreas-style greeting. People she likes. Grandfather. Ghislaine.
Volume 2, Chapter 3. It has been a month since I have taken up the job of a home tutor. From almost the very start, Eris was unwilling to attend classes. When it comes to math and reading, she will immediately disappear into thin air and would not appear until it was time for sword lessons. There are, of course, situations with exceptions. She will only pay full attention to the magic lessons. The first time she used the spell Fireball, I cannot find any words in my vocabulary to describe how happy she was. And while she looked at the curtains that were burning intensely, she said,
"One day I will cast huge fireworks like Rudeus!"
I extinguished the fire and strictly warned her not to use fire magic when I am not around. The ignited curtain's light cast a glow over her. No matter what angle you view it from, she has a face of an arsonist, but she looks quite spirited to learn.
Rudeus Greyrat? Just basing on her looks, her other subjects should be fine. That is what I thought, but my prediction was completely off the mark. Eris has not the slightest interest to come to class when it comes to language and math.
If I teach her the lesson, she will immediately run away. If I try to catch her, she punches me before running away. If I continue to chase her, she will turn around and beat me up before continuing to run away. I think she understands the importance of math and language due to the incident that happened a while ago, but it seems that she still really hates it with a passion. When I complain to Philip, he indifferently shrugs it off with, "Philip Rudeus Greyrat. It is also the home tutor's job to make the student listen in class." I cannot refute that. I start to find Eris. Even though Ghislaine comes earnestly to learn language and math, she is ultimately a companion. How can I teach Ghislaine alone? But it is not easy to find Eris. Compared to me, who just came 1 month ago, Eris has stayed here for many years. Her familiarity with this area compared to me is just too large a difference. The previous home tutors have expended tons of effort on this matter. However, no matter how big the mansion is, the area is still limited. In the end, she still can be found. The teachers who found her got beaten by Eris without exception. At first, the teachers quit over this. But there is also a home tutor who in reverse beats Eris. Violence against violence. It was something that I initially planned. But that teacher got attacked in the middle of the night by Eris with a wooden sword and received injuries that would have taken months to heal, and therefore quit over this. The only one who can fend off Eris's day and night attacks is Ghislaine. I have no confidence in fending her off.
Even if I do find her, I will be destined to be sent to the hospital. If it is possible, I do not want to look for her. I do not want to be beaten beyond recognition. If she attends magic lessons, is it not okay to just teach her magic? But Philip orders me to teach her math and language. He also says that it must be around the level of what I teach her in magic, even stating,
Philip Rudeus Greyrat. Compared to magic, other classes are actually more important. I cannot argue against that. Perhaps I should reenact another kidnapping incident. Kids who do not listen have to be punished. When I think about that, I finally find her. Her whole body buried in the hay located in the stables, with her stomach revealed to the air, sleeping comfortably.
She is in deep sleep. That face is really like an angel's. But if you are just lured in by the outer appearance, that is a devil. That is, if you get punched by the devil's fatal fist and then vomit huge amounts of blood. Yet, when it comes to that, I must wake her up. In any case, I pull Iris's shirt down to cover her stomach to prevent her from catching a cold. In the meantime, I massage her chest area. My hermit living in my heart gives out an assessment.
I see. It is still only AA, but the chance of growth is very high. When she grows up, she will rise to above E grade. You need to massage them every day for them to grow. This is also part of training. Ho ho ho! Thank you very much, Mr. Hermit. After I thoroughly enjoy it, I greet her in a small voice. Ojo-sama, please wake up. Eris Ojo-sama. The time for the pleasant math class is up. She does not move at all. Well, I have to hand it to her. It cannot be helped that the panties are taken off from kids who do not listen, you know? I slowly reached for her loose dress, and at this time, Eris's eyes suddenly open. Her gaze slowly moves from my hand on her thigh to my face.
A face that has the signs of sleeping is accompanied by the grinding of teeth. The next instant, Eris raises her fist. The face? I quickly bring my hands to block the face.
The impact comes from my solar plexus. I kneel down in agony. There is no angel. There is only the devil.
With a snort, she kicks me again. Stepping over me, Ojo-sama leaves the stable.
I have no other options. I turn to Ghislaine for help. Even though, from Paul's mouth, Ghislaine's brain is also made of muscle. From her recent learning language and math, her persuasion level will surely be higher. If it's her, Eris should listen. This is my easy way out. Ghislaine expresses an indifferent attitude from the start, but I use water magic and cry to plead with her, and finally got to her to reluctantly agree. She's so easy to bluff. Part 3. Right, show me what you got. We never discuss it specially, and I leave everything to her. Ghislaine's actions start during the magic lessons break time.
I used to think that the sword in my hand was enough. She suddenly talks about the past. She used to be a spoiled brat and found a teacher who accepted her, and how she became an adventurer, the first time having comrades, a long introduction and the tale spinning from there. All of them are a troubled past. When I was an adventurer, everything was left to others. Weaponry, armors, food, expenditures, the daily necessities, contracts, maps, directions. The importance of the weight of filling and carrying a water bottle, the maintenance of fire coals, the torch, sealing the use of the left hand. These are the important things that I found out after leaving my comrades. Based on her story, she left her party 7 years ago. In other words, it's because Paul and Zenith left to retire in a rural place, and thus the party disbanded. Even though I noticed signs, but to think they are really from the same party. Even though there are other party members' thoughts, but Paul's who in charge of the vanguard, and the only healer, Zenith, have left the party. Even if the party doesn't disband, they will split up in the end. That's a natural thing. That's a 6-man party. Warrior, swordsman, magician, priest, thief. If you use the professions to explain, it's that kind of combination. Even though Ghislaine is only a sword saint during then, but her attacking power is very high. Warrior, tank. Swordsman, Paul, tank and attacker. Swordsman, Ghislaine, attacker. Magician, attacker. Priest, Zenith, healer. To add on, the so-called thieves, using Ghislaine's words, are in charge of miscellaneous stuff. From opening locks, checking for traps, constructing camps, and trading with the merchants. A literate person with a flexible mind, usually handled by smart people. These people are usually from merchant families.
Calling them treasure hunters would be correct, right? I say that, but Ghislaine snorts and replies,
That fellow always steals the party's fund to gamble. Calling him a thief is good enough. Stealing from the fund? Wouldn't he get beaten up when he's discovered? No, that fellow is very talented in gambling, and he always wins money in return. It's very seldom that he will lose below half of the funds. When times are tight, he's also very prudent. It seems to be something like that. But even if you can increase the funds, how can you forgive something like that? I can hardly understand it. I don't mean to brag, but I have never got the bad habit of gambling. Although I spent over 100,000 yen on the internet. Well, there's already a Paul who's loose with women in the party. The ethics in the overall party probably isn't that strict. Everyone has a different baseline. There are more rules when there are more people. But what's the difference between swordsmen and warriors? I ask that as I'm slightly interested. If they are in the front lines, there shouldn't be a need to differentiate.
Eh? A swordsman actually has something special like this?
Or rather, the 3 styles are special. The technique that Ghislaine used was incredible. I don't even know when she used her blade. Just moving a little, and the opponent's head rolls. After I ask her about it, it seems that it's named as Light of the Longsword, a secret technique from the sword god style.
Then a knight is?
A knight is a knight. If you're under the kingdom or lord's employment, you're a knight. The educated ones knows language and math. Some of them know simple magic. But most of them come from nobility, and their pride is very high.
They are educated because they attended school, probably.
Was my father a knight at that time?
I'm not too sure about that. I remember Paul called himself a swordsman. I hear there's magic swordsman and magic warrior? These are people who knows magic, and they give their own titles. Regardless of what profession, it's their personal freedom to call themselves whatever.
Oh.
Eris's eyes seem to be glittering as she listens attentively. She will not ask me or Ghislaine to bring her to a nearby dungeon, right? This really makes me uneasy. Compared to adventuring, I would rather to be surrounded by girls and have an ergy-like lifestyle. Oops. The original plan is to let Ghislaine talk about the importance of language. I let my curiosity get the better of me without me knowing and cause her to divert from the topic. But the fortunate thing over this unfortunate incident is Eris coming in the second day with her asking for math and language lessons. This is all thanks to Ghislaine. After that, she continues to talk about her troubled past. Just listening to her will make stomachs get upset. But thanks to that, Eris might have already recognized that this must be something to be learned. Although it's possible that she's attending classes to listen to Ghislaine's stories, finding it to be interesting. In any case, it's good enough if it works out. I did consider about the possibility of doing this earlier, but without that incident, I think that Ojo-san wouldn't listen a single word from me. Before that incident, she used to look like she's looking at ants, so that time is not a wasted effort. No matter, ending like this is good enough. Part 4. First of all, as the first lesson, I teach her the basic arithmetic operations. Because Eris has gone to school and hired home tutors, she still knows basic addition.
Rudeus!
What is it, Eris-kun? I point to Eris, who raises her hand vigorously.
Why is it necessary to learn division?
She does not understand the importance of division and subtraction. Before that, she is very poor in subtraction. I always feel that she will get stuck at the changing of digits and give up math.
Rudeus, instead of talking about the importance, this is basically just the reverse of multiplication.
I'm asking you what use this has!
All right. If you have 100 silver coins and you need to share with 5 people, what should you do?
You're talking the same stuff like that previous teacher!
Eris smacks the table with force.
That is why! Why? Do you need to share? Is there a need to share?
Yes, the children who do not want to learn will have excuses like this. But truthfully, this really is not important. Who knows? Go ask the 5 people. It is only convenient when you want to share equally.
You said convenient? That also means that you do not need to use subtraction, right?
When you do not wish to use, of course you do not need to use it. But not wanting to use and not being able to use, these two are very different indeed. Moo, moo, moo. When I said the words can't use, the prideful Eris shuts her mouth. But this isn't solving the problem right now. If I let her continue with this line of excuses, there's no need to learn math anymore. At this time, I can only rely on Ghislaine. Ghislaine, did you have problems when it comes to dividing equally? There was once when I lost some of my food supplies and wanted to distribute the rest of my food over a few days, but I failed. In the end, I did not eat and drink for 3 whole days. I thought I was almost dead. Halfway through the road, I really could not stand it anymore and picked up the monster's dung to eat and caused a stomach upset. I resist the urge to vomit, pain in the stomach and the diarrhea, and I still needed to fend off the surrounding monsters. The past story lasts for 5 minutes, making my stomach twist. I listen to it with a pale face, but it seems that in Eris's ears, this is a heroic tale. Her eyes are glittering as if there are stars in them. So, I wish to learn division. Please continue to teach. Since Gislan has already said something like that, Eris can only become obedient. The Sauros family seems to have much affection for the beast races. Even if they don't show it, Eris also keeps on approaching Gislan. If it's from Gislan, Eris will listen obediently. Like a younger brother following his elder sister, no matter what she does, he will imitate her.
Then we will progress with the boring repetition practice. Please answer all of these questions. If you don't understand something, please ask.
Things progress step by step, just like this. Ghislaine is exceptional as a teacher as well. She will point out where I did not do it right and give her sincere opinions. Paul points out mistakes as well, but he only states that it is not right, never even implicitly suggesting what my mistake is. He did not teach me how to get it right. Today is the same as usual. Eris and I are holding swords facing each other, training and receiving guidance simultaneously.
Remember the pose when stepping out and keep your eyes on the opponent. Crack. The wooden sword in my hand has been knocked away by Eris's wooden sword. If you step out earlier than the opponent does, look closely at the direction where the opponent moves and cut in that direction. If you're slower than the opponent, he will escape from the sword's path. Unable to react, I am hit squarely by Eris's sword. The heavy impact passes through the defensive armor stuffed full of cotton and effectively transfers to my body.
You must react to your opponent's steps and eyesight to predict their actions. I get hit again. Rudeus, don't use your mind and think. Just think where the enemy will step to and swing the sword. Do you or do you not want me to think? Eris, don't stop. The opponent hasn't given up yet.
Yes! There's a clear difference between us. Eris makes a vivacious reply. I construed her reaction as meaning that she has energy remaining. Unfortunately, I do not have a drop of vigor left. Admittedly, this girl has enough energy to thrash me incessantly. She demonstrates this until Ghislaine stops her. Not allowing me to counterattack, Eris seems to be trying to vent her anger that had accumulated in the math class. Damn it.
But this month, I have felt the rise in my abilities quite clearly. Having Eris, who is around my level, as a competitor has been a great help. No matter what it is, having someone around your level will substantially aid your growth. Although Eris is a hair's breadth stronger than me despite our similar abilities, her strength is relatively insignificant compared to Paul or Ghislaine. I can still understand what the opponent does. If I can understand my opponent, then I can defeat him. I was hit earlier with that strike, so I will guard on that area. I do a deliberation based on my aforementioned syllogistic reasoning. Against Paul, the difference in ability is too much, so my prudence vacillates. I am incapable even following his moves, so I get knocked out rather pitifully and quickly. Even if I were to listen to his advice, there's too much of a difference in the basics, so it cannot help at all. Hence, I have always questioned my every move. When Ghislaine teaches me something, even if there's a problem like the one mentioned above, I understand her explanations well enough to make do. But she talks about countering and handling at the same time, so I hesitate when using a technique. But with Eris as an opponent, there will inexorably be different results if I do something different or use tricks. Even though I hesitate, the difference in technique is minute and I can still attack her. Perhaps it won't work the second day, or Eris will use a different technique.
but the things that could not be done yesterday are accomplished today, or the techniques that have not been experienced yesterday are shown today. With the small incremental experiences adding up, we are definitely growing. As expected, having a rifle has great advantages, with overlookable demerits. There's a target to chase and surpass is all. Perhaps the ability value has only increased by 1 or 2 points, but to the people whose differences are very slight, this is of utmost significance. Without our conscious knowledge, we have become stronger. But in terms of growth, Eris is much faster. If you let a goat and lion train together, of course the lion will get stronger quicker than the goat. But having been trained by Paul ever since I began to walk, I feel unsatisfied by this.
Rudeus is still not good enough!
Eris crosses her arms and looks condescendingly at me lying sprawled on the ground. In the end, she gets scolded by Ghislaine.
Don't brag, Eris. You have been learning the sword for much longer.
Only during the sword lessons will Ghislaine call her name directly. She says it's a must.
I got it! And Rudeus also knows magic!
As you say. Only my magic standard is recognized by her.
But it's really strange. Rudeus's reactions become slow when the opponent attacks him.
Because I'm scared. I'm afraid of the opponent in front of me attacking me. Just as I finish speaking, my head gets smacked by Eris with a punch.
What are you talking about? You're useless! Because of that, you're being looked down!
No. Rudeus is a magician. This is enough.
Ghislaine immediately adds in, but in the end, Eris nods like a know-it-all. Is that so? Then it cannot be helped.
Why do I have to be hit?
I'm sorry. I don't know how to correct your bad habit about your legs trembling. This is something you need to overcome yourself. I got it.
As I am now, my legs tremble regardless of who I am facing as an opponent. I still have a long way to go.
Glycane de Doldia. Paul belongs to the instinctive type. He's not good at teaching others. An instinctive type? Oh, so something like this also exists in this world? What is this instinctive type? Any person who does not grasp techniques consciously and instead chooses to rely on his gut feelings and instincts is an instinctive type. I answer her question, and Eris immediately pouts. She probably belongs to the instinctive school. What's wrong with being instinctive? It's really difficult to answer Eris's questions in the first place due to her obstinate characteristic. But now I am asked whether being an instinctive type is good or not. Because we are learning the technique of the sword right now, I let the teacher answer. I look at Ghislaine.
Ghislaine sighed. It's not that it's bad, but even if one's talented, if one doesn't use his mind to think, then one won't become strong. In addition, the instinctive types are not suited to teach others either.
Why aren't they suited to teach?
Because they do not understand the techniques that they use. And if one doesn't understand everything, one precludes the prospect of learning a subsequent harder technique. Based on the Sword King, everything up to the advanced rank are related to the basics. Only by establishing all the basics and by being able to handle different situations with different reactions can one become a sword saint. To climb higher up, one can only rely on tiring diligence and talent. In the end, it's still talent. I also belong to the instinctive type, but after I began to think with my mind and got the theory down, I became a sword king.
That's amazing! I'm impressed from the bottom of my heart. Correcting the actions that have always been done and succeeding in it. This isn't something that can be easily accomplished.
Isn't Rudeus a water saint-ranked magician?
I'm actually the instinctive type, but magic and the sword techniques are different. As long as you have magic, you can do it.
Oh, is that it? But the basics are important too, right?
I understand that, but rather, it's because of my teacher teaching well that I was able to become saint-ranked.
Come to think of it, I always remind myself that the basics are important, but I heavily favor the voiceless incantations. So, what's the basics of magic? Roxy's classes are more towards development rather than the basics. All things considered, Roxy is also a genius type and doesn't really favor the basics either. In any case, I don't plan to become so strong, so it's okay.
In middle school, I said something like that about not becoming number one and didn't put in effort. I plan to correct her thoughts.
But I will try hard to become strong like Ghislaine and Rudeus.
Unnecessary. She has a clear target. She's different from the past me.
Part 5. After the lessons for morning and afternoon are over, it is time for a break. That day, I decide to head to the library. That is because I saw Iris and Ghislaine carrying magic teaching materials, so I thought the library might have a magic textbook. Because I did not know where the place is, I let the maid with dog ears bring me there.
I meet Philip's wife halfway on the road. Her name is Hilda, and she has the same flaming red hair like Eris, and a tsunami-like chest. Looks like I can expect good things from her daughter's growth. I was once introduced to her, but I did not really interact with her. Let me think. I think it is a single hand placed on the chest. Madame, today's a good day.
Hilda scoffs at me and ignores my greeting. I freeze in the same posture.
Rudeus-sama.
No, it's okay. The maid with dog ears tries to console me, but I stop her with my hand. But I still received a little shock. Did I get hated by her? But I did not seem to do anything right. Come to think of it, she does not have any other child other than Eris. No, I feel like if I find out and there is really one, and if the case is worse than Eris, I feel like my job load will multiply 3 or 4 times. I cannot dig my own grave. When I reach the library, I see Philip in there.
Philip Boreas asks expectantly, "Are you interested in the library?"
Philip looks expectantly at me. I do not know what he is expecting. Yes, slightly.
Then go ahead and take your time.
I accepted his offer and looked around the library, but there is nothing I am hoping to find. I was hoping to find a magic textbook like the one Roxy had, but all the documents are related to politics and are restricted from being taken out of the library. Magic textbooks are rare in this world, and it is not like you can find one anywhere. It did not go well at all, but I find some history books in the corner. If I am free, I will skim over them. Part 6. After a day's work, I am in my own room preparing material for tomorrow's work. Basically, it is questions for math and listening notes for language, as well as the practice for teaching magic. I did not prepare a learning schedule, and if I do not have anything else to teach within these 5 years, it will be trouble, so the lessons are not progressing too fast. In any case, to prevent anything unclear, I carefully reviewed the plan for education. It was the same feeling when I taught Sylphie. Magic practice is very important. Because I do not chant when I cast magic, I keep forgetting the mantras. The only time when I earnestly memorize the words are from the detoxification and healing magic, and I have never memorized attack magic. The teaching materials are the same as the textbook in my home. Eris and Ghislaine also have that. Based on the explanation, there were hundreds of books that went on sale that were written 1,000 years ago. Before the appearance of the book, there is a need to find a teacher to learn from, and the so-called teachers are mostly able to only use all the elementary ranked magic. One can find a teacher after much trouble, but there is nothing to be learned. Cases like these are plentiful. Even though it is on sale, the books available are really low in quantity, and even if you sell them in the market, the people who are not interested in magic will not take a look at them. There is no printing technology in this world either. This book that sold in a large volume was 50 years ago. Thanks to the materials that can be cheaply bought, the numbers of magicians have increased by a great amount. The magicians are conquering the world. No, but amongst the Asuran nobles they are taught a substantial amount. But what is the reason that led to the increase of the magic materials?
I think as I flip the pages, and written on the book is published by Renoa's University. They are really good at business. Just like that, the days as a home tutor quickly flies by. Status. Name, Rudeus Greyrat. Profession, granddaughter of the Lord of Fedoa. Personality, violent. Talking to her, she will listen a little. Language, able to write her family names. Math, has trouble with subtraction. Magic, she wants to work hard on it. Sword, elementary ranked in the sword god style. Etiquette, knows the common greeting. The people she likes, grandfather, Giselain.
Volume 2, Chapter 4. Another half a year has passed by again. Recently, Eris, who had turned a little meek, has started to get violent again. Why? Why? Who is the one that caused this mess? Even though I feel a little flustered, I notice something. There are no holiday breaks. After the evening meal, I call Ghislaine and the etiquette teacher into my room. To add on, the etiquette teacher isn't staying inside the mansion, and she comes from her own house from the city to work. So I had the butler notify her. First of all, I'm pleased to meet you. My name is Rudeus Greyrat.
My name is Adona Leland. I'm in charge of teaching Iris-sama etiquette.
I place my hand to my chest and casually introduce myself, but Adona returns with a proper greeting, as expected of an etiquette teacher. Adona is a middle-aged female, and one can see the fine lines on her face. She has a plump face with a gentle smile that matches her warm image.
I'm Giselain. Giselain is the same as usual, with muscles. I point to the chairs to suggest that they be seated. After the two of them sit down, I pour the drinks that the butler had prepared beforehand and go into the topic.
Today, I looked for the two of you for one reason. To discuss the schedule for Eris-sama's lessons.
Schedule?
Yes. Right now she is training the sword in the morning, has free time in the afternoon, learns etiquette in the evening. It is something like this, right?
As you say.
Iris subjects have language, calculation, magic, history, sword training, etiquette. 6 subjects in total. Using modern terms, it's national language, math, physical education, and moral education. Even though there's no clock, lessons don't continue to progress for hours and hours. Usually, lessons are split into 3 sessions, with breakfast, lunch, and tea time as the indicators for breaks. Because I'm here, even the time during evening can be used, and we have completely made use of the entire day.
Indeed. The Ojo-sama's lessons have been progressing smoothly, and the old master is also very concerned.
Isn't that right? It is true that the lessons have been progressing well, but there's a problem.
Problem?
Yes. Learning everything day after day has caused Ojo-sama to accumulate a lot of stress. Iris is always in an irritated mood during the lessons in the math class. After facing some questions that are slightly difficult, she will rush at me. That's too dangerous. I don't know when I will be mounted on. That's too dangerous. Even though everything is normal right now, she might lose it in the future and run away from the lessons or something. Well...
Idona covers her mouth with her hands, nodding earnestly in agreement. I have never seen etiquette lessons before, but Eris should be paying attention in class. I heard that Idona is Eris's nursing mother, but I don't know why Eris likes her. So I'm proposing that we pick a day and not teach anything every 7 days. To further add on, there's a calendar in this world, and there are also months and days, but there's no concept of 1 week. A year has several days that are deemed as rest days, but Sunday doesn't exist. I use 7 as the number because it's easy to remember, although I don't know why it's so special in this world. It's seen as a lucky number, and there are 7 ranks in the sword techniques too. And the rest of the 6 days, we can proceed with language, calculation, magic, history, sword training, etiquette, with 6 subjects.
Can I ask a question?
Please go ahead, Edina-san.
If you distribute it like that, the lessons for etiquette will only become 3 times. The wages?
You're actually thinking about money. But I don't want to blame Edina, since I'm also working for the money. Edina is concerned about the part where, will the wages be cut since the lessons are lesser? I have discussed this with Phillips earlier, and there's no problem. Furthermore, the wages are paid monthly. Even if there's a class missed, the wages are still given. Of course, if there's not even a single class taught, there will probably be someone being fired the next month. You don't really need to say it out loud, right? The people who don't understand the world should be sacked earlier. Of course, things wouldn't be distributed like that. Language and math only need to be taught twice a week. However, there's no meaning if you don't train in the sword every day. Even though magic lessons need to be learned every day, but there's a limit in using mana, so you don't need too long to train it. So I plan to spend the extra time for language and math classes.
Even though this was planned out, it starts out like this. Today, I used the water ball X times. The water fell down Y times. Then how many times can I still use the water ball? A question like that. A question based on the number of times Eris and Ghislaine used. Since you can't see the number of times you used mana, the right answer is that it is difficult to answer it with certainty. Well, the more mental calculation you used, the more you will get used to it. Making the brain is the goal. I'm a little sorry to Edona-san. The etiquette lessons have to be cut to 3 to 4 times a month.
I understand. Edona nods readily to agree. And thus, 1 day has 3 lessons. 6 days, 18 lessons. The distribution for etiquette is 5 lessons, sword training 6 lessons, language 2 lessons, math 2 lessons, and magic 3 lessons. I feel there's not enough time for the lessons, but since the lessons are mostly about repetitive training, I'll think about it later. If there are situations when you are unable to teach, please inform me.
Can you explain in detail?
I'm always at the mansion. Once I'm free, I'll do classes. So if you want to go on a long leave, that's also okay.
I understand.
Edona keeps smiling. I don't know if she really understands. Furthermore, I want to have a meeting every month on the first day.
And why is that? If we teachers can coordinate better, we will be able to handle things once there are things that have gone awry. That's what I think. Even though there's no real need to, but this is to raise effectiveness, just in case. Is that not possible?
No, I didn't mean that. Rudeus-sama is actually so small, but you're very considerate of Eris-sama's well-being.
I kept feeling that she's finding me funny in her eyes. Oh, whatever. With that, I get a break.
Part 2. After 1 week, we come to our first rest day, and Ojo-sama sits uneasily, fidgeting. It is the first time that she is free the whole day. After I greet Philip, I decide to go to the city to have a walk, and I did not know when Eris and Ghislaine were at the door.
Where are you going?
Roa's City. Let's sightsee. Hey, I did that in a pose like that.
Rudeus Greyrat. Let's sightsee. That means you're going to the city alone?
Rudeus Greyrat. Do you see anyone else?
Rudeus Greyrat. You're too mean. I have never gone out alone before.
Eris stomps on the floor angrily. If it is Ojo-sama alone, she will get kidnapped by someone, right?
Rudeus Greyrat. Didn't you get kidnapped too?
It is something like that. I got kidnapped too. But I am also a member of the Greyrats family. Perhaps I can be ransomed for money. But if I'm kidnapped, I can escape on my own.
I smile as I say that and see Eris raise her fist. I quickly take a pose to defend myself, but the punch did not seem to come. This is rare.
Take me too!
Oh, so it's something like that. Up till then, the punches always come first before talking. Ojo-sama has grown up. Of course, I did not have any reasons to refuse. Compared to moving alone,
two people are safer together.
Then let's move out now?
Is it really okay?
Ghislaine will be coming along, right?
She's Lane Didoldia. Yes, my duty is to protect Oju-sama. Right at the meeting, Ghislaine does not understand the idea of a rest day at all. Therefore, it is better to let her stick closely to Eris. She is originally hired to be a guard. That is something to be expected.
Wait a while for me. I'll go prepare. Alphonse! Alphonse!
I look at Eris running wildly in the mansion. Her piercing yells are like before.
Ghislaine Didoldia.
Authoritative.
Rudeus.
I turn my head around as I hear Ghislaine call me. She is standing right beside me. I look up, and she is nearly 2 meters tall. I think even when I grow up, I can only look up to her.
Don't be overconfident in yourself.
I'm given a warning. Was it because I said I am able to return on my own? I know. I just wanted to make Ojo-sama more hardworking.
I see. Then if there's anything, just call me out. I'll save you.
At that time, I'll release another huge firework.
I think back to the kidnapping incident. Ghislaine, have you told Oju-sama something like that?
Tell her what? You should add on that she can only scream at places where she can be heard.
I got the message, but what is it for?
During the previous kidnapping, Oju-sama's yells nearly got her killed.
If I'm able to hear them, I would have gone over.
But she was really absurdly quick during that time. If it is Ghislaine, she will make it in time no matter where she is, and her ears are very good. Furthermore, Eris's call for help is not Philip and Sauros, but Ghislaine. This woman is really reliable.
You need to inform her that under certain circumstances, she cannot call for help. Just as I finish talking, Eris is back. Are these clothes for going out? I have never seen them before. I praise her clothes, and I get a punch in the head. What did I do wrong? Part 3. The city Roa in the Fedoa territory is the biggest here. But even though it is the biggest, compared to the entire wheat fields in the village Buena, it is much smaller. You only need to spend 2 hours to walk 1 full round around the city's walls. But this is a walled city, and the 7 to 8 meters tall walls surround the entire city. But it is not a perfect circle due to the ground's shape, and I cannot confirm the exact length. It is probably around 30 kilometers. It completely does not feel big, and cities that are surrounded like this should be very few. Even though I have never been to any other walled cities, I am very clear that it is not an easy task to create a wall this big.
If there is a magic to create walls like this, it will certainly be king-ranked or emperor-ranked. Or is this built by hand from scratch? As I think about it, I leave the nobles' gathering area and arrive at the wide space where many people are passing through. This stretch is the area for the merchants. Because it is very close to the nobles' territory, there are many beautiful shops. But I can see some rare open-field merchants. I peek a few looks at the expensive merchandise that is lined up.
Welcome, young master, young lady. Please take your time and peek. I enjoy the RPG-like item shops Osan's words, and look at the merchandise. I record the goods down onto a piece of paper, and truthfully, it is all strange products. The aphrodisiac is 10 gold pieces. Record.
Screeching in outrage. What are you writing? I can't understand it at all. I wince. Eris screams in my ear. On that day, that ear nearly went deaf. I look down and realize that I have subconsciously written in Japanese.
I just want to write down a little. It is enough for me to understand it.
Just tell me what you're writing.
Ojo-sama's really peremptory, but I don't have any reasons not to tell her. That is the name of the merchant goods and prices.
Why are you investigating that?
Investigating that is the basics of the net game.
Net? What is that?
I think even if I tell her, she will not understand. I just turn to another topic and point towards a product, a small accessory. Look, you see this? That stall is selling for 5 gold coins. You can buy it here for 4 gold coins and 5 silver coins.
Ooh, young master, you have good eyes. The things that I'm selling is cheap, right?
I ignore the Asan and turn towards Iris. Iris, if you haggle the prices here to 3 gold coins and then sell at the other stall for 4 gold coins, how much can you earn?
Let me think. 5 minus 3 plus 4... 6 gold coins.
Oh my god, what are you counting? No, wrong. The right answer is 1 gold coin.
I got it already.
Eris pouts to one side.
Do you really understand it?
Huh, of course.
Young master, that's called resale. It's not something to be praised. You can't do that.
Don't worry, I won't do it. If I really want to do it, I'll tell the other side you're selling 4 gold coins here. I'll take 1 big copper coin as information fee.
The Osan shows an exceedingly unhappy expression and looks at Ghislaine for help, but Ghislaine is paying full attention to the things I am saying. Having understood that saying anything else is a waste of time, the Osan droops his shoulders and sighs.
Sorry about that. Since we are just looking around, please let us off. Even if we are not doing any buying or selling, we need to know the various prices of things.
So what if you do know the prices?
An example. Even if you don't go to a shop, you can guess the price.
What use does that have?
What use? When you resell, you can earn money? No. All right, I will leave the spotlight to Ghislaine. Ghislaine, what use do you think this has?
No, I don't know. Oh, shit, really? You don't know? I thought you really understood it. Whatever, I am not teaching anyway. Is that so? Then it really might not be of any use.
In the end, this is a lesson for myself. Even if I don't understand, it is okay. If I see a market, I will first investigate the product's information. I have always done this, so it cannot be wrong. Even though I think of it like that, this is the first time I am personally checking prices out, so I cannot really be sure whether there is any use to it. If it is possible there's no use to it, why do you still need to do it?
Because I think there is a use for it. Eris has an expression that looks like she cannot accept it. It is not like I can answer every question. Some of the things require your own thoughts instead of them being taught to you. Try thinking on your own. If you think it's useful, then learn from me. If you don't, just laugh at me.
Then I'm the one who's gonna be laughing at you, right? Oh, why are you laughing now?
I get punched again. Sniffle. I check out the surrounding merchants, but the prices at the higher-classed merchant doors are too high. I will give it up. Part 4. I slowly move towards the outer city, and the prices of the merchants' goods have a distinct change, going down from the price of 5 gold coins to around 1 gold coin. It is still a little expensive, but it is something that I can afford. The customers have certainly increased, from people who look like nobles to adventurers. Since it is around 1 gold coin, I can still barely afford that price. When I record down the prices to my notes, a shop suddenly enters into my eyes. It is a bookshop. When I enter the store, I notice that it is surprisingly quiet. You can say that it is a shop that mainly sells erotic books. There are 2 bookshelves that have the same titles, with 2 to 3 books placed together. A book is roughly 1 gold coin, with some of the books kept in a glass cabinet. The average is around 8 gold coins, with the most expensive with a price tag of 20 gold coins. Is that the shop's most valuable treasure? The owner recognizes me as a person who is not a customer, and he does not greet me. His judgment is correct. I take down the book's title, and the owner looks at me with suspicion. Rah, there's no problem. I didn't touch the books. Plus, I didn't take photos. An encyclopedia is around 7 gold coins. If 1 gold coin is around 100,000 yen, you need 700,000 yen. On my home's mother, what sort of absurdity is this? But as expected, the encyclopedia books seem to be really expensive. The must-see book, Shigu's Summoning Magic, needs 10 gold coins. My monthly salary of 2 silver coins does not allow me to fulfill the conditions of buying this. The most expensive book is the Ashura's Kingdom Royal Court's Etiquette. This book has no meaning at all to me.
What are you looking at that's so interesting?
No, I'm thinking they aren't really interesting books.
I heard that people say that you like books.
Where did you hear it from?
From Otosama.
Philip, I did ask him to let him look at the study.
I can help you buy a book.
You're saying it so easily. Do you have any money, Eris?
Ojisama will give me.
Indeed. But spoiling her too much isn't good. Even though I want it, I don't want it.
Why?
Eris pouts. She does that when she's unhappy. If her mood continues to deteriorate, she will come after me like the devil. But it's still fine for now. She still has her senses about her.
Eris cannot give out money freely.
What do you mean?
Eris's eyebrows knit together. She is getting more irritated because she does not understand. Lately, I can gradually gauge Eris's furiometer. How should I go about this? When it comes right down to it, is there any meaning to let the girls from noble families learn the importance of using money?
I'm teaching Eris right now. Do you know how much money I get?
5 gold coins, right?
2 silver coins.
That's cheap!
Eris shrilly exclaims, and on one corner is the owner with an "you're too noisy" expression. Not at all. My achievements are poor and my age is small as well. It's quite appropriate for me. Plus, there's the fact I will be paid the fees to go to university.
But Ghislaine has a salary of 2 gold coins. Isn't Rudeus teaching me a lot of things?
Ghislaine has the accomplishments and the rank of being a sword king. She's even acting as your bodyguard. Therefore, Ghislaine's salary is higher.
Plus, there's the bad habit from Rudeus Greyrat's family. If it's from them, they will do something like, "Girls from the beast races shall receive special treatment."
Then how much salary can I get if it's me?
Rudeus Greyrat, you don't know magic. Your sword techniques are not up to par. And without any accomplishments, Ojo-sama's salary, even if it's the highest it can go, it won't cross 1 silver coin. Eris becomes speechless, and in addition to the above, she has never received pocket money before. When you want to buy something for someone, please earn the money with your own hands and talk about it later.
I got it.
Eris droops her head with a rarely seen cheerless expression. If she's always like that, I will have an easier time.
Well, you can ask Philip-sama for some pocket money.
Really?
Eris raises her head. I feel as if her affectionometer to me has gone up. Well, even if she's not given any pocket money, giving her anything, whatever she wants, is spoiling her too much. It's best to give her a bit of money and let her learn it herself.
After recording some of the important book names, I walk out of the bookstore. I have an overall impression after spending a day to take a look at the things I want to buy. Part 5. When I look up to the skies, there is a castle floating up. It is mixed amongst the clouds, but the fleeting appearances are definitely there. Ooh. I point up to the skies, and the surrounding people look up in that direction, but soon lose interest in it. Huh? You saw that, right? Only me? The only person who saw that castle in the sky is me? Father is a liar?
Are you seeing that for the first time? That is the armored Dragon King Perugius's sky fortress.
Do you know that lady? Ghislaine! But coming back to the topic, a sky fortress. Whoa, that is really damn cool. What is Perugius?
Do you not know that?
I seem to have heard it before, but I cannot recall it.
What is that? Ghislaine, with a little surprise on her face, tries to choose her words. But this time, Eris crosses her arms and appears in front of me.
Let me teach you!
If you would please teach me.
All right, Perugius is one of the 3 heroes that defeated the demon god Laplace.
Eris Boreas Greyrat proudly tells him this. The demon god Laplace? I seem to have heard of that from somewhere.
He is really, really strong, leading 12 followers in the Sky Fortress to Laplace's fortress.
Wow, that is really amazing.
Incredible, right?
Oh, Joel-sama is really learned. Thank you.
Ha! Rudeus still cannot make it.
If I refute her now, I will definitely get beaten. I learned that a long time ago.
Due to that, I went back to investigate. After inquiring Philip, I got to know there is a book with information somewhere around here. And after much effort, I finally find it. And once I see it, it is actually the same book as the one back in the village Buena. Perugius's legend. I once firmly thought that it was a fairy tale, but it seems to be history. Armored Dragon King Perugius. No one knows where he comes from or where his upbringing occurred. That year, the young him, without any fame, was brought in by the dragon god Urupian to the Adventurers Guild. This was the earliest record. Perugius shows his might within a very short period of time, partying up with the dragon god Urupian, North god Karuman, the twin emperor Migus Gumus, and defeated every enemy. Because Perugius is treated like a younger brother, it was not known when he was given the title of Armored Dragon amongst the 5 dragon warriors working for the dragon god. He used his abilities during the Laplace battle without reservations, and he used his token magic, creating 12 familiars, which are Void, Darkness, Brightness, Wave, Earthquake, Time, Roaring Storm, Destruction, Observation, Insanity, and Atonement. Controlling the strongest familiars and summoning the ancient sky fortress called Chaos Breaker, they began to fight Laplace to the death. But even with all that, it still fell short and did not manage to kill Laplace. Ultimately, they were only able to seal him. After seeing his strength and the Chaos Breaker's dignity, the title Armored Dragon King started to spread. The Asuran Kingdom, for the reason of acknowledging his efforts, decided to establish a new age title. This is the current Armored Dragon Year. To add on, this is the Dragon Age Year 414. The Armored Dragon King is not working for any kingdom or governing any territory, and flies around the world with Sky Fortress Chaos Breaker. Nobody knows his intentions. But really, 400 years? Is he really still alive? It is not an empty fortress flying around aimlessly with no direction, right? If there is a chance, I will definitely take a look. Part 6. The second day. Eris's mood is good enough to reach the point of surprising people. Perhaps it is the reason for playing the entire day yesterday. Or perhaps it is related to just going only to the higher class stores. Regardless, looks like setting a rest day is a correct thing to do.
Bring me out to play the next time!
Eris does her usual pose, her face slightly blushing.
What is the reason for blushing? Anger? Humiliation? What? Can it be embarrassment? How is that possible? It is that Eris.
I say.
My expression is a little troubled And Eris grits her teeth and twists her waist, both her hands grabbing her hair, and says,
Please bring me out, Nyan!
Okay, bring you out. I will bring you out, all right? Please don't do that. I stop her in a hurry. That is really quite cute, but it is terrible for the heart. I feel that I will be receiving a karma meter for that, and when the karma comes back to haunt me, it will be paid by punches.
It is good that you understand.
Eris brings her hair back, and before the hair settles, Eris sits back on the desk with a plop.
Then you can continue with the lessons.
You are full of energy today.
Because if I am not a good child, you will not bring me out, right?
Ojo-sama is so sensible? That is right. I will bring you out if you are obedient.
I finish the lesson today with moved emotions. Status: Name, Eris Boreas Greyrat. Profession: granddaughter of the Lord of Fedoa. Personality: a little violent. Talking to her, she will listen for a while. Language: able to read many things. Math: knows subtraction. Magic: currently learning the elementary rank. Sword: elementary ranked in the sword god style. Etiquette: knows the common greeting. The people she likes: grandfather. Because Sauros is a boorish officer, the earlier plan was to have a self-help buffet-style party with plenty of wine. But Philip intercepts the idea and changes it to a dance party, reasoning that it is easier to allow the nobles to attend. When it comes to the party, the one with the biggest headache is Eris. At any rate, she is unable to dance. She can't even do the easiest dance steps.
This is too big of a problem if the main actress is unable to dance.
Idona says this during the staff meeting day held at the beginning of the month. I asked about Eris when she was 5 years old and received the reply that dance classes are only necessary after Asheran nobles reach 10 years old. This means there was no need to learn dancing before. The sword and magic schedules are all suspended to hold an emergency training session for etiquette classes. The sword training in the morning still does not change, and after having lunch, a little bit of magic is practiced to allow the food to digest. And after that, every class is practicing dancing. The more I see Eris's appearance, the more I feel that she is under a cheerless and irritated mood.
Pardon me for asking. Does Rudeus-sama know how to dance?
No, I can't do it.
Then, if you can't, please join in the practice. Rudeus will also attend the dance party also, right?
I will participate?
I look at Eris, and she nods in a matter-of-fact manner. Of course, Rudeus will attend.
Is this due to the etiquette classes? Eris used some strange words. Oh, it is not something important. I seem to be required to attend.
Then, if you need to attend, it wouldn't be too good if you don't know how to dance.
No, it will be okay if I stay in a corner and act as a young child.
Idona doesn't even show a strained smile. She always has a gentle smile on her face that does not break. I notice that other than this expression, this person does not show any other expressions. In other words, a poker face. If one is attending a party for the first time, that person might feel more nervous than their usual self. There might be a moment where one steps on the dance partner's toes. Furthermore, the guests might feel discouraged looking at Oju-sama's tender age. To resolve the tension, if it's possible, I wish you will become... Idona looks at me several times, but she still has a smile on her face. After beating around the bush, you just want my help, right? Eris's dance lessons are progressing with such difficulty. There is no helping it. Even though I don't want to lend help in something that I am not familiar with, since she already puts it that way, I cannot refuse. No matter what, I am still the head teacher.
I see. All right, I understand. But I won't pay for the fees, okay?
Of course. But in reverse, I will be troubling
Part 3. Dona's teaching methods are really too lousy. No, as a teacher, it is roughly like that. You must do this, that is how you do that. In any case, you should remember it. Something like this. What is important? What is the crux and points to take note of? All of that is not taught. I also met a teacher like that during my middle school. Whatever. I will just think of my own if I do not understand, since I am not a child anymore. I got it. After 3 days, I have grasped a few different dances. The so-called dance is only to match the rhythm and do the fixed footsteps. You do not even need to practice for the simplest dance. Maybe it is because I actively used the experience when I played Dance Dance Revolution during my middle school. There is not much of a problem.
That is magnificent. Rudeus-sama really is a genius.
Eris frowns when she sees Idona praising me. Something that she is unable to do for months has been easily done by someone else. Her heart cannot remain calm for sure. But I have not been slacking for the past 3 days learning the dance steps. I have been observing Eris's problems, and I finally understood clearly. Her dancing is too fast and rigid.
Even though dancing is very compatible with the Sword God style, but things are contrary to expectations. One is supposed to do a graceful step according to the rhythm, but she does it in the fastest speed possible, completely disrupting the dance partner's rhythm. Eris's base instincts feel repressed by the rhythm that is disrupting her. No matter what it is, she will insist on her own steps without being affected by others. This is a talent in combat, but it might disrupt oneself during dancing. After all, you need to match your dance partner's actions. Idona has secretly told me that she has never met such a talentless student, but the truth is not like this. If she is capable of moving at high speeds, it means that she is able to dance. It is just the method of teaching her is not very good. Even though correcting it is a little troublesome, I have a card up my sleeve. Eris, close your eyes. Let your own rhythm control your body movements.
What are you thinking of when you are asking me to close my eyes?
Rudeus-sama?
Idona's poker face crumbles slightly. No, it is not like that. These people are so rude. You are actually suspecting a gentleman like myself. I am going to use a magic trick to let Eris dance.
Is there a magic like that?
No, it is a magic trick, not magic. It is a miraculous phenomenon. Eris tilts her head in question, but she listens to me and closes her eyes. During the sword lessons, she has seen countless rhythms, high speed, finely tuned, sharp, but there is no orderly rhythm. Since you cannot make an accurate prediction, it is easy to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and I definitely cannot do that sort of whimsical natural rhythms.
High hands, please use your dance steps in place of evading an attack and follow my lead. With that, I clap with an orderly pan, pan, pan. Eris matches me step by moving her body. This continues for a while, and I added a noise in a random interval.
Hi! Hi!
The timing is before the clapping, and Iris slows down for a slight moment and only reacts to the claps.
This is...
Edra raises her voice in surprise. Eris continues to do the dance steps, even though it is still a little fast, but it is not at a pace that cannot be followed.
You did it! You did it, Ojo-sama!
Really? Idona grasps her hands and expresses a rarely seen excited smile, shouting. Eris opens her eyes in delight and replies with a large smile plastered on her face.
Rudeus Greyrat, you are not done yet. Don't open your eyes. You need to remember that feeling, okay? Eris Boreas says, remember what? It is just seeing through the false actions and avoiding the attacks. That is right. This is also taught in the sword lessons. In Ghislaine's evading the attacks lesson, she will demonstrate a false movement with a noise, and we need to avoid the real attack without getting confused by the false movements. Compared to reacting to Ghislaine's false movements that are full of bloodlust, following my simple sound is much easier compared to that. Just to add on,
On this topic, my results are better than Eris. She is too honest and easy to fool with false movements. Eris, the things you learn on a lesson can be applied to other lessons. Sometimes if there were things that you cannot do well, try thinking if other lessons have something similar. Please think about this, okay?
Iris opens her eyes wide, an unusual thing, but she does not argue and nods. With that, dancing should have no issues. As expected of Rudeus-sama, you only spent 1 year and managed to teach Ojo-sama math.
Edona seems to be certainly impressed with me. You actually said that? Did you consider Eris learning math to be utterly hopeless? But I did receive a lot of trouble for that. Still, half of that success belongs to Ghislaine, and I cannot be conceited. I say, Edona, I think this is a revelation. The sword has similarities with dancing. Edona shows an expression of disbelief. I have seen a miracle. Oh, the god out there, you are actually in front of me right now with that expression, right? You are exaggerating too much. But there is a dance that specifically swings the sword.
Ara? Is there something like that?
Yes, I read it on a book.
Sword dance is a common thing in my Chunibyo knowledge, but it is possible that this world does not have something like that. Did that literature book write where it comes from?
The book says it is seen in a desert country.
The desert? Is it the Begarito continent?
I am not sure. Unexpectedly, it might belong to the demon races in the demon continent. I heard there are many small tribes, and there are people who can use the sword and dance.
I see. With such an accumulation of knowledge, Rudeus-sama is really a fountain of intelligence.
Edona uses her poker face, seemingly accepting my made-up stories.
That is right! Rudeus is amazing! I do not know why Iris proudly replies that. That is great. Praise me more. I am the type that will improve if you praise me.
Part 4. On the day of the party, I take my position at the corner of the courtyard. At the beginning of the party, Philip and his wife are handling the visiting middle-class and lower-class nobles to the Greyrat family. I should say that these two are fighting. No matter how it is, they won't show any sign of weakness. In the case of Sauros receiving the guests, they are frightened by his wild attitude and loud voice, and there are quite a lot of people scuttling to escape. The final chance to catch the people escaping is the place where the main actress is at. Eris has no authority, does not understand politics, and regardless of anything, she will say, "Please refer to Otosama." There are a few good-looking youths introducing themselves, as well as middle-aged people introducing their sons to her. There are a few children who are about the same age, but almost all of them are fat. They must be living in comfort at home. I feel like I am seeing myself as I once was before. When I feel a sense of familiarity, the party starts. As planned, I am Eris's first dance partner. We are going to do the simplest dance for children, but because she is the lead, we are standing right in the middle of the courtyard. Just treat it like it is during practice. Hopefully we do not fail. What the heck? Eris is extremely nervous and moves stiffly like a robot. I decide to mix slight feints into my steps. Afterwards, Eris quietly mumbles, "What the heck?" and returns to her usual condition. After the dance is over, Edona finds me to speak with me. Looking at Ojo-sama from afar, one can see that she is not tense anymore. She asked me what I did, and I replied that I did the same thing during practice. I added that it is originally the training for the sword.
Oh, is that so?
Since my mission is accomplished, I can go out and seek food. There is some highly uncommon food here. Examples include an unknown fruit that is made into a sour pie, or a meat dish that uses the entire cow's head, and beautifully arranged cakes. When I was eating these foods with relish, my eyes met with Ghislaine. She was not hinting anything to me in her eyes, but she was drooling. I am also a guy who can understand the situation. I packed some of the food with a napkin and had a maid send it to my room. The bodyguards and maids can eat something better than the usual fare, but there would not be any food like what is here right now. When I am about to finish transporting the food, I suddenly spot a young, adorable girl in front of my eyes. She took the initiative to talk with me, announcing her name and saying a small speech. She seemed to be a girl from the middle-class nobles, but I forgot her name. She invited me to dance, and after I told her I only knew some basic dancing, we moved to the free courtyard area.
I felt that I danced pretty well. After the dance, another girl came up to me and asked for another dance. What the hey, am I popular?
While I was self-indulgent with that, the girls keep on inviting me one after another. There is even an Obasan who is over 30 years old, and even a kid smaller than me who does not even know how to dance. Other than the people with a really large difference in height, I basically danced with every one of them.
I am a Japanese person who knows how to say no, but after saying okay to the first person, it is not convenient to refuse other people. Even though I have the mind to do it, I am not really good at remembering faces and names, and it is exhausting. When everything is about to end, Philip came over to me to explain. It seems that Sauros heard someone inquire about the identity of the youth who danced with Eris in the beginning, and Sauros proudly revealed that the youth was a person holding the name of Greyrat, which means it was all Jisan Sauros' fault. Even though it is something like that, I cannot blame him. That child who successfully squashed Ojo-sama's tension, is that Sauro-sama's illegitimate child? He must have felt happy when he was asked that. At first, it was planned not to reveal my Greyrat surname, but after 3 rounds of wine, it cannot be helped. This means I am treated as a branch family member, where I will become famous sooner or later, and they send their daughters or granddaughters to me. But I asked Philip, if that is the case, is it not strange to send them when the party is about to end? He sees me packing the desserts with the napkins and waits for me to finish before talking. Whatever I do is reflected in someone's eyes. I ask Philip on how to handle the girls who come up to talk, and he says that I can just vaguely respond to it. Looks like he does not want me to participate in politics in the future. Or is he planning to let me rely on someone else to become a political power? But I do not have any interest in that, so today's popularity is just a bubble dream. Oh, wait, but if I become someone amazing, I can eat all kinds of cute girls using money.
But I suggest you don't do anything that will disgrace the Greyrat's name. The person who comes to find me last is Eris. To add on, she is not wearing the lively outfit like her usual self. It is a water blue-colored dress. Her hair is tied up with flower ornaments adorning her hair, and she is considerably adorable. Because it is the first party, guests after guests keep greeting her, and I think she is quite spent. I am not sure if it is because the main actress is herself, or because the party is very successful. She is a little excited.
May I have a dance? In front of me is not the usual Eris who is loud, unladylike, cheeky, and rude. Inviting me to dance is someone who would not lose to any of the girls who have approached me so far, and is acting out the part of a graceful lady. We come to the middle of the hall, and the music playing is something that we have never practiced before, with a slightly difficult, brisk rhythm to it. Ooh. Eris immediately shows her discomfort. This is all because you forced yourself to act mature. Eris casts a glance at me to plead for help, and I add in feints that match the music. Even though it is different from usual, a rhythm like this should actually be easier for Eris. Since these dance steps are vague, I am not sure if Adona will be surprised or angry when she sees it. We held our hands together and step in and move back like we are practicing sword training. This is very irregular combined with the music, and it must be quite unique to the viewers. But Eris is completely into it, and she smiles. The girl who constantly wore a sullen expression was laughing with an expression that matched her age. Just being able to see that made attending this party worth it. The dance ends and is followed by applause. Sauros comes running and lifts us both onto his shoulders, and merrily runs laps around the courtyard while laughing. What a spirited grandfather. Seeing that, the people around start laughing too. Yeah, this has been a fun party. Part 5. When the party ended, I called Ghislaine and Eris up to my room. Actually, calling Ghislaine is enough,
but when I invited her, she was together with Eris, so I brought her along as well. Seeing there was delicious food on the table, Eris's stomach growls. She was nervous and excited during the party, so she did not eat anything at all.
I brought out the cheap wine that I bought from the city from the cupboard. Even though it is prepared for Ghislaine, Eris says that she wants to drink it as well, so I prepared 3 cups. Cheers! This country requires one to be above 15 years old before you can drink, but I am going to put that aside today. Sometimes it is good to let loose. The timing is just right, so I am going to give the 2 of you gifts.
Narrator brings out 2 magic wands from the dresser beside the bed as I talk.
What is that? It is considered as a birthday gift, I guess.
Hey, but I want this!
Iris points towards the things that I practiced making, using magic, using earth magic to create many intricate models. There is a dragon, ship, and one might say a 1/10 sized figurine of Sylphie placed there. Not to praise myself. When I was 20 years old back in the past, I was into making models, and even created my own coating paint. But the painting materials are expensive here, and there is no spray paint equipment to apply it. But since I did it with passion to create a pair of panties for the model, the overall structure is quite detailed. Even though it is something like that, it is still done by an amateur. By the way, a 1/10 sized figurine of Roxy is sold to a merchant for 1 gold coin. She must be touring the world right now. Well, returning to the topic. This is my Shishu's custom of giving disciples a magic wand. But since I did not know how to make it, and I did not have the money to buy the materials, I am a bit late with that. If it is acceptable, please take it. Ghislaine stops after hearing that, stands up and kneels down on 1 knee with respect. Ah, I know this. This is the pose of sword god style for showing respect to the teacher. Yes, Rudeus Shishu. I receive this with much gratitude. Umu, there is no need to be so formal. Ghislaine accepts it with humble respect and looks at the magic wand, seemingly happy. I can call myself a magician now. Oh, is that it? You can call yourself that now? I did not hear Roxy talking about it. No, in any case, you were still elementary ranked. You were not counted, right? Or can you call yourself a magician if you start practicing magic? My Shishu has never explained it to me in detail. Eris, do you want this? I half-jokingly bring the 1/10 Sylphie figurine to my hand, but I see Eris shakes her head.
No! I want that magic wand! I want that magic wand!
Okay, here.
Thank you very much, Rudeus Shisho.
Umu, please take good care of it. Eris glances at Ghislaine next, and after Ghislaine notices her glance, she pauses for a few seconds blankly, then shakes her head.
I am sorry. My race does not have a custom like that, and I did not prepare anything.
I was thinking of what it was. It is actually asking for presents. Come to think of it, this was happening when I was moving the food back? Eris sits back at the sofa with disappointment. The servant giving the owner presents, even though there is no custom like that, but receiving nothing from her favorite Ghislaine Oni-chan, she is indeed a little pitiable. Let me correct the situation a little. Ghislaine, there is no need to prepare something special. If there is anything on you, or a lucky charm that can be used as a present too. Ghislaine thinks for a while, and then removes a ring from her finger. A ring carved out from wood, with the signs of age on it. I'm not sure if there is any magic added to it, or the material itself, but there is a green light slightly emitting from it.
This is a charm that my tribe passed down. If you wear this, it is said that you will not be attacked by evil wolves at night.
I will take good care of it.
Saros is at the highest level, in a room that I'm not sure can be entered, doing something very naughty with a Nekomimi maid. I see. So that's the reason why you don't allow people to come here. I wanted to enjoy things till the end, but Saros discovers me. The maid has already discovered me from early on. After the maid finishes the business, she immediately passes by me and climbs down the staircase.
Soros Boreas Greyrat tells me to come in. Is that Rudeus?
Yes, Soros-sama. Good morning. I just wanted to greet him with the noble's formalities, but Soros's hand stops me. Soros demanded. No need. What are you doing here? Because I saw a ladder, so I wanted to climb up. Do you like high places? Yes. Even though I say that, if I look out from the window, I'll tremble in my legs. Like and satisfaction is different. Even if I conquer the world and make the highest tower, my room will be built on the first floor. Come to think of it, what is Sauros-sama doing here? Huh? This mansion's praying culture is quite decadent, I think to myself, but I really don't mind that. He's usually so strict, but he's also a Greyrat's member. Birds of the same feather. Gem? I look outside the window, and there's a red gem floating in the air. It's pulsing with a faint light, and I can see some changes from inside. What's that? Amazing. Is that floating in the air by magic? May I know what is that?
I'm not sure. That was discovered 3 years ago. But it's not something bad. How can you be so certain? It's better to think that way.
I see. That's true, since you can't grab a hold of it. If you think it's something bad, it's bad for the health. Why not think that it's something good and pray towards that? Maybe Jim-san's mood might turn for the better. Let me pray too. Please drop a pretty girl from the skies.
Rudeus, I'm going to ride a horse to travel for a while. Do you want to come?
I'll go too.
Sauros's G-san just did it once, but he seems quite spirited. Today's a free day. It seems I'm permitted to play for a while. Oh yeah! Today's a free day. It seems I'm permitted to play for a while. Oh, sounds like it will be very tiring. Oh, come to think of it.
What? Is Soros-sama's wife not here?
I hear a gritting sound and discover that Sauros is grinding his teeth, and I feel cold sweat on my back. She's dead.
I see. I am very sorry for asking something like that. I apologize earnestly. He just did the birds and the bees with the Nekomini made. I might have made him remember something unhappy. Looks like it's best not to ask why Eris doesn't have any siblings.
Then let's go!
Yes.
Today will be a rest day, and I'll let Eris work hard from tomorrow onwards. Status. Name, Eris Boreas Greyrat. Profession, granddaughter of the Lord of Fedoa. Personality, a little violent. Talking to her, she will listen with attention. Language, able to read things almost perfectly. Math, remembers the multiplication tables up to 9 times 9. Magic, roughly knows the elementary rank. Sword, intermediate ranked in the sword god style. Etiquette, will not be embarrassed at a party. The people she likes, grandfather, Ghislaine. The Malise continent is split into the northern region and the southern region. The northern region uses the beast god language, and the southern region uses the human language. There are sea people residing in the ocean, although I don't know where I heard of the term sea people. I've never seen their city. Besides my monthly salary and selling my figurines, I do part-time jobs in my free time, doing misc stuff for Philip and reselling things that I bought several months ago. Every day is a busy day, and I finally earned some small change. The money is enough to buy Shigu's summoning magic, but that book was bought by someone else already. I'm interested in the summoning magic, but I can't help it. I can't buy something that's already gone. I think of spending the coins in my hand, and what kind of things can be bought with 5 gold coins. This time, a book about foreign languages comes into my eyes. After looking at the stories in history and seeing the languages in the stories, I suddenly think that it is important to learn about languages. So
I start to learn about other languages. First of all, I start from Ghislaine, who also knows the beast god language. And wanting to learn about the demon god language, I write a letter to Roxy, letting her tell me what she knows. Part 4. I am 9 years old. It has already been 2 years since I became the home tutor for Eris. I spent a year learning the beast god language, which Ghislaine helped out a lot. There was also no need to spend a lot of time. The words to remember are not a lot, and as long as you know the formula, holding a conversation is easy. The past me was terrible at foreign languages, but this body's memory is not bad. Right now I am learning the demon god language, and the demon race's language books are very cheap. The bookstore's owner also said before.
I don't know what's written on top, all right? It is 7 silver coins, but after bargaining, it is 6 silver coins. After that, another 3 months pass by. The job of translating is quite difficult.
In other words, no. I will just say it straight. I don't even know what's written on it. At least tell me the topic and perhaps I can fill in the gaps, but I don't even know the contents of it, and I can only give up when I don't know it at all.
It is easy to learn the beast god language thanks to Ghislaine, but it does not end there, because the book that I used as a teaching material was Perugius's Legend. Even though it is just a supplementary aid, with the book Perugius's Legend next to my hand, picking up the vocabulary is much easier. But I don't understand the demon god language at all. How did the archaeologists read the words? I believe it is picking the vocabulary. Trying to seek out the vocabulary? Considered all sorts of possibilities? It should be something like that. Well, I don't know what vocabulary at all. I completely have no idea.
Part 5. One day, I finally received Roxy's reply. I did not receive any news for over a year, and I thought that something wrong happened to the letter, or Roxy is not at the Shirone Kingdom anymore. I finally receive it! Just having the letter alone makes me feel overjoyed. Is Shisho still well? I suppress my impatient feelings and receive the letter from the maid. The letter, or it is more like a package. Inside is a heavy wooden box, not really big. It is about the size of a telephone directory. I take out a letter and a relatively thick book from the box. There is no title on the book, and there is an animal leather covering the cover. It feels like a cover for a telephone book. I will take a look at the letter first. Before I opened it, I take a sniff at it, and there is Roxy's personal scent to it. I sit down properly and open the book. Now reading. Rudeus is entering reading book mode. This is really too amazing. I look at the book's contents, and I really find it hard to suppress my emotions. This is a book of teaching materials, and it resembles more like a dictionary. It translates all the demon god language to be human language. This is probably referenced from Chiron's Palace's dictionary books and written out. Each word has a detailed description. Even the pronunciation is also there. A complete coverage. But this is not as moving just like that. The latter half in the book contains all the knowledge of the tribes. You cannot do this in this tribe. You cannot do that in another tribe. And there is a somewhat badly done side drawing explaining this is a special trait. The fact that Roxy wrote this with all her heart is really charming. The most detailed content about the Migurds tribe actually filled 5 pages. Roxy, for the sake of letting me learn about her tribe, has put in effort, and I really feel her charm. Basically, the Migurds tribe is fond of sweet things. Are you serious? But coming back to this book, I really have to take my hat off to Roxy if this book is written in less than a year. If there was a chance to meet her, please let me lick her feet. I am sure it will be delicious. Well then, this book can be said to be my strongest teaching material. Even though my results were not good in the past, but this body's memorizing power is unusually good. Within another half year, I should be able to completely grasp this book. At least I want to say a few simple sentences. I will work hard. Part 6.
Paul probably did not tell him that he is best suited for the North God style.
Unfortunately, I only know how to use the sword god style, so I cannot teach him. But I have my connections. If 3 years later Rudeus wants to learn the sword, I will point him to a North god style user. The only thing that I did is to continue teaching him in the basics of the sword god style. If he has the basics down, he should improve in the North god style if he learns it. In the end, it is whether he decides he wants to continue training in the sword. Even if he did not meet any famous teacher to teach him, he will probably still succeed as a magician. Reaching the god rank isn't something humans can understand, but he can probably reach the emperor rank. The magician named Roxy must have agonized over how to educate him for the future. Even though I think that she is quite embarrassed from running away from Rudeus, I do not intend to blame her. I probably should even thank her. Because of her, I am able to use magic. Learning from a dumb teacher will only curb the student's growth. Perhaps one day will arrive where I will agonize over who can teach him the sword. The more I think, the more I get lost. I do not know what Rudeus is doing. Even though it is a rest day, he is different from the carefree Ojo-sama, and he usually does something novel. Recently, he said he wanted to learn the beast god language, and after dinner, he would carry a book in his hand and come to my room. A language that can only be used in the huge forest. Even if you learn it, what can you do with it? But Rudeus only spent half a year learning it. It is not difficult to express yourself in the beast god language, and he can probably hold a daily conversation perfectly.
With that, I can probably go to the Grand Forest!
Why does he want to go there to the sealed area, I ask him.
No, how should I say it? I can probably meet some cute girls, the Nekomimi ones.
That moment I believed it. This child is indeed Paul's son, inheriting the Greyrat's blood. That's right, the Greyrat family members always cast me strange glances. As a woman, even though I'm being stared at, I won't feel bad about it, but it's not that case. The points where they look at are strange. Most of the males will look at my chest. They will first look at the face, then pretend to look elsewhere while looking at my chest. Then they will cast their eyes further down, to the stomach, between my legs and my thighs, and if my back is facing them, they will look at my butt, even though I don't really mind. But the Greyrat males were different. I thought at first they were looking at my face and butt. Well, it's okay to just take a look, since I don't expect them to move on to the next step. Paul is also that kind of person who is curious.
Even though I thought something like that, but I felt their eyes were looking at somewhere strange. The glances were slightly above my head. If you say they were looking at my butt, it's a little off position. I was thinking where they were looking, and they were actually the ears and tail. Eris Ojo-sama, Sauro-sama, even Philip-sama.
Before I went out to receive Rudeus, I asked Phillips why they looked at the ears, and he replied without any changes in his face, while looking at my ears.
Because the Boreas family likes the beast races. And he said even though he didn't inherit the nobility, he's different as he's a notice. He's Paul's son. The fact that he likes pretty girls won't be wrong.
At that moment, I thought it will probably be something like that. But I couldn't believe Rudeus is Paul's son after seeing how gentlemanly he is. Furthermore, he's a hard-working person that Paul can never match. And he's a diligent person that Paul can never match. And he's an austere person that Paul can never match. Which is not true. In any case, I thought he might not be Paul's son. That's the truth. But I changed my mind. He's absolutely from Paul's blood. You're indeed Paul's son. The same human race with the common language is unable to satisfy you.
Stop with the jesting. Please don't say that kind of stuff.
No, actually, this isn't a joke. He will definitely become a playboy. Lately, the looks that Eris give Rudeus are becoming strange. Even if I don't understand the relationship between men and women very well, I still know it. It's the same when Zenith was attracted to Paul. Lately, Rudeus seemed to have learned the demon god language. After the beast races, it's the demon races. That youth is planning to conquer the entire world's girls. Paul also said something similar, saying that he will run all over the central continent and establish a harem or something. In the end, Zenith caught him and he gave it up, but that will seems to have passed on. Really, these pair of worthless father and son. No, I should respect Rudeus. The only one that I should despise is Paul. Rudeus is just saying that, and he hasn't done anything yet. He's a respectable youth. Umu.
What's wrong, Ghislaine?
When I was thinking about this, Eris Ojo-sama appears before me. She has grown up a lot in these 2 years. The first time I saw her was around 5 years ago. At first, I thought she's an uncontrollable, willful girl. The first time she attended sword lessons, I gave her so much painful love that she couldn't even stand up. She took a wooden sword in the middle of the night to attack me.
Even though she didn't get her revenge and was more obedient, she was waiting with sharp eyes for the next few months to get her revenge. I was a bad apple back in the past, and I felt an affinity for her actions. I was like that too. At first, when she practiced the sword, she always grumbled about, "This is not good, I don't want to do this." But she's becoming obedient recently. After last year's party, she basically wouldn't make a fuss and won't get her dress dirty. Rather than saying that she's learning it from the etiquette class, I think it's fairer to say she's imitating Rudeus. Did Rudeus say something during the 10 years old birthday? He must have said some Paul-like ensnaring words that sent shivers to her womb. But on that 10 years old birthday, Eris Ojo-sama did sleep in Rudeus' room. It's not possible. No, it's possible. But in any case, I wouldn't be surprised if something did happen that night. The guys who can handle Eris Ojo-sama can be counted on one hand. I'm thinking about Rudeus stuff. Eris tilts her head and asks. Her eyes are a little jealous. Don't worry, I won't steal him away. I don't know why he's learning the Demon Continent's language. Didn't he say it before? He said something? I try to remember what Rudeus said, but I don't remember since he abruptly started learning languages. What did he say? He said it might be useful in the future. Come to think of it, he said the same things when he recorded the shop items and the prices. In the end, what use did it have? I think back about the past parties where the thief is quite familiar about the necessities pricing. The thief suddenly found a shop and said that the healing medicine was at half price compared to market rate, and I remember past events about buying fake goods. No, now that I think about it, if you don't know the market rate, you might buy inferior goods for 2 to 3 times the price and still not discover it. At that time, I was unable to state it clearly, but now that I reflect on it, it's best to know the information. Thanks to the maths that I learned from Rudeus, I won't be scammed about the change I received back from merchants, but I really did get deceived many times in the past. Even though I learned maths, I can't see myself as a merchant. Don't talk about the stuff on Rudeus, even if we keep thinking we won't understand. If you're free, Ghislaine, help me train with the sword.
These few days, she's paying full attention to the sword. I don't know what happened, but perhaps she feels something that makes her anxious. Rudeus is only 9 years old now, and compared to the Oju-sama then, the current Rudeus is easily seen as more mature. Never mind about studying math and magic, he even has the ability to hold conversations and has the social experience. Even though he's not following the etiquette policies, but he's very polite. His actions are proper, like a merchant, and is a little humorous. Even though one can't really get used to his pranks of sexual harassment, but it can be seen as his charm. Is he really only 9 years old? Even for a normal conversation, it's easy to believe he's 40+ years old. Now that I think about this, the Dragon King's country will frequently have a con like this. The bandits who know how to write will pretend to be a noble youth and send letters to children nobles, and after getting their trust and meeting on a random day, they will catch them and sell to slave merchants. I think that Eris Oju-sama will have at least one thing that will win over Rudeus, which is the sword. I will be satisfied with that. All right, Eris, we will go to the garden.
Okay. Eris Ojo-sama nods enthusiastically. Eris Ojo-sama is one who's talented in the sword god style. If she earnestly continues the path of the sword, she might surpass me one day. She might only be the intermediate rank, but with the result of teaching her the foundation for 3 years, there's a recent manifestation. When she steps out sharply and swiftly, her body's already covered with fighting spirit. And if she can self-consciously use the fighting spirit, she can easily reach the rank of an advanced ranked sword god-style swordsman. If she can completely control it, she will become a sword saint.
That will probably be something not too far away. Even though I'm not sure how much Eris Ojo-sama will grow, but if she can become a sword saint during the time I teach her, I'll let her meet with Shisho. If it's possible, I'll bring Rudeus along. What sort of reaction will Shisho make when Shisho meets them? It really makes one look forward to it. Status. Name. Eris Boreas Greyrat. Profession. Granddaughter of the Lord of Fedoa. Personality. A little violent. Talking to her. She will listen with attention. Language. Improvement in writing, too. Math. Still weak in division. Magic. Can't use the voiceless incantation. Sword. Intermediate ranked in the sword god style. Almost advanced ranked. Etiquette. Imitation of a lady. The people she likes. Grandfather. Greaselane. Rudeus.
Volume 2, Chapter 7, Part 1. After experiencing various things, I am about to reach 10 years old. I spent the entire year on learning languages. Demon god language, beast god language, as well as the fighting god language. The fighting god language is similar to the human language. Learning it isn't very difficult, and it feels like it's English mixed with a little German in it. The only differences are the vocabulary and the way of things being expressed. The grammar is basically the same as the human language. This world's languages aren't very hard. Once you remember one thing, the others are easy to apply. Perhaps it's affected by the fact that the world has been deeply involved in war. But there are no literary contributions to the heaven god language and the sea god language, along with no people who know how to use it, so I am unable to acquire them. In regards to using the sword, I'm finally at the intermediate rank. Eris has already risen to the advanced rank within less than 2 years, so I'm already not her match. I experience a distinct difference in talent.
But she's also training on her rest days, so she's also affected by that. I spend time learning on languages while she trains in the sword. It's a natural thing that there would be a difference. In regards to magic, I am training in it to the extent by making figurines. I'm capable of making minute details, so I should have improved. But even if that's the case, I have certainly reached a bottleneck. Well, since I'll be going to the Magic University to study, there's no need to hurry. With all things considered, I have already been here for nearly 10 years, and I feel deeply moved. Part 2. Just before a month away from my birthday, Eris and the people in the mansion start becoming busy. Did something happen? Something like an important person visiting, or some person in the Greyrat family? Or Eris's fiancé? No, surely not. That can't really be. How can Eris have a fiancé? But I still felt a little uneasy, so I started to investigate. I tailed behind Eris magnificently and found her happily talking to the maids. Ghislaine was also there too, and it seems that she didn't notice me, staring at the food meant for dishes. I want to see Rudeus surprised. He'll probably be overjoyed in tears.
Guyan. That's difficult to say. Even if Rudeus is surprised, it is unlikely he will not show it on his face.
But he will be happy, right?
Of course. He has probably had a lot of great hardships since he's from the Branch family. Actually, I didn't go through a lot of hardships. But what are they talking about? Are they talking behind my back? Even though I'm confident I did pretty well, but perhaps I'm the only one who thinks that way.
We won't be in time for Rudeus's birthday!
But if we hurry too much, we won't be able to do it well.
If we don't do it well, he won't eat it?
No. If it's Rudeus-sama, even if it turns to cinders, he will eat it.
Really?
Gleesleen.
Yes. If Saro-sama is there. Oh, so that's what it was? Preparing for a birthday party? Huh. If Rudeus wasn't born in that family.
I see.
After I grasp the contents of the conversation, I leave the place. In any case, it seems that I'm not a person who can really be shown to the public. That's true. No matter how you cut it, I'm still that fellow's son. But I don't mean it that way. This is something I know after staying here for a few years. Paul's original name is Paul Notice Greyrat. Notice is Paul's noble name, and he broke off ties from the Notice family. Right now, it's his cousin or younger brother that's the head. Well, it's fine if things come to an end like that. However, some people don't think that things have come to an end, because the current head of Notice is even worse than Paul, and they are keen to change that. The current head is very sensitive, and he's spending great effort to eliminate potential candidates who can replace him. Even though I'm not interested in this area, but there are people who might be thinking that Paul's son has the Boreas family backing him up, and he's planning to back the Notice family name. The so-called authority wielders will jump at shadows. The worst case will be assassins being sent over, so there's a need to stay low.
Well, going back to the earlier eavesdropping, about Rudeus's pitiful status, I could have originally received a standpoint that's not below Iris, but I'm given a treatment like a servant, so it's pitiful. And in the custom amongst the nobles, as a very special day for a 10-year-old, the party cannot be overdone. Pitiful. That's really so pitiful. Iris, who has not asked Sauro-sama for a selfish request in a very long time, requested him of this, and it's decided that there will be a birthday organized for me privately. A small family party that only the people in the mansion will attend. A party for me. Don't say something that will make me cry. To be honest, that's really dangerous. Even though I know it, but I didn't realize the birthday when you reach 10 years old is so special. Part 3. On that day, the mansion is busy. After classes are over, Ghislaine comes to my room. It is rare to see her to be so tense. Her tail is standing up really, really high. Well, I have some questions that I want to ask in magic. Sure. What's the question? Can I see a saint-ranked magic? I can do it, but the city will be in rubble if I do it.
What? What type of magic is that?
The saint-ranked magic is violent winds with lightning storms. Pouring too much power into it will drown this city.
That's really too powerful. I need to see that the next time.
I rarely see such praise from her. This is probably a trick for preparing the battle. All right, I'll tease her a little. I understand. Since you already put it that way, all right. If we travel on horse for 2 hours, we will be able to go outside the range of the magic. Let's set off now.
Ghislaine's face vibrates like a string.
No, wait. If we set off now, it will be late when we come back. There are monsters in the wild, and it's very dangerous out in the plains. Is that so? But it should be fine with Ghislaine. You said the beast race is very sensitive to sounds, so it should be okay in the night. Being overconfident is forbidden. That's true. Using saint rank magic also requires a lot of mana. We'll go on the next rest day.
That's good. We will do that the next time. Things ended naturally. It's quite interesting to tease Ghislaine, who doesn't normally react to things. When she's panicking, her tail will stand up with a swoosh. When I say something, her tail will move. Just looking at that alone makes me feel happy. Oh, come to think of it, there are no drinks here except hot water. No, there's no need. Don't move. I'm not thirsty. That's so. Well, I can create hot water, but if she doesn't discover that, I won't say it. Very good. With this rhythm, it seems like she's still not prepared to let me go out. I'll do some sexual harassment. You know what? I'm making figurines nowadays. As I say that, I take a 1/10 Ghislaine figurine out. Compared to the earliest product, I'm confident I have improved a lot. The outlines of the muscles can be said to be on a professional level. Oh, is this me? You did it quite well, compared to the figurine you made of Arisojo-sama. Where's the tail? I don't have enough knowledge on that area, and I always based it on my imagination to make it. This time, this one came out well, so I'm particular about making it lifelike.
Ghislaine, can I look at it?
The tail and the area where it's connected.
That's easy.
With that, Ghislaine stands up straight and let me see her back without any hesitation. Amazing. As expected of my Ghislaine. You're so manly. I can't win against her. Wait, don't back off. It's not over yet. Can I touch it a little? Go ahead. Hard. Wait, this is the butt, right? What exaggerated muscles. You can say it feels almost as hard as an iron board. But I feel like there's some softness to it. The ideal type. But it's still quite hard to think of this as erotic. The pink-colored muscles that have both types of red and white-colored muscles. This is a blessed existence of super bro and ero goddess. Please grant me this kind of muscles.
Okay, I'm done.
I once saw Iris hiring an artist to do her portrait. I also want to leave behind an image of myself. I look forward to your complete works. I feel like I lost. In being a man. In being manly. Damn it. Can't I win against Ghislaine? It's about time for dinner.
I think it's still early.
I still want to see her tail go up in shock, but the maid comes in to inform the food is ready. Part 4. The moment I enter the dining room, applause rings out. This is the first time that everyone has gathered. This, of course, includes Sauros and Philip, and the rarely seen Hilda. This is... I turn back, and Ghislaine is also clapping.
Rudeus, congratulations on your birthday!
Eris carries a large bouquet of flowers and says to me, she's wearing a fiery red dress. I receive it with the acting of being flustered. Am I 10 years old today? After saying the words that I prepared for today, my face darkens. I bring my sleeve up to cover my eyes and use water magic at the same time to create tears to overflow from them. Not long after, my nose is stuffed. Sorry. I'm like this. For the first time, I come here always thinking I can't fail. And I'm unpopular. If I fail, I'll disgrace my father. I never thought I'll be congratulated.
I move away my sleeve, and Iris looks dumbfounded. Philip and Sauros and everyone else in the mansion stop clapping, and everyone blanks out. Uh-oh, my acting is too poor? No, it's probably the opposite. The acting is too darn real. What an epic failure. I simply want to stop at a reasonable area. When I think about this, have I become a hateful adult? Well, whatever. I'll keep on carrying on acting. Iris asks the butler in panic. What should we do? What should we do? Looks like it's a big thing for me to cry. She's so cute that I hug her. I softly whisper a thanks in her ears with a stuffy nose. Rudeus, thank you. It's totally good. Rudeus is family. That's a natural thing. Greyrat's family member, right? Otosama, Ochisama. If it was the usual Iris, she would have said, you should be grateful. But it seems like she's trying to find a reason to get Philip's agreement. But I only see Saurus roaring.
Oh, to battle! We're going into battle with Notus! We will kill Philemon and install Rudeus as the family's head! Philip, Alfonso, Ghislaine, follow me now! Gather all the troops!
And just like that, the war between Boreas Greyrat and Notus Greyrat raises its curtains. The blood feud drags the remaining 2 Greyrat family in as well, and pulls the Asura Kingdom in a long, chaotic civil war recorded into the annals. Something like that, of course, didn't happen.
Father, restrain! Please restrain yourself! Philip, are you trying to block me? Just look at it yourself! Compared to that shitty idiot, don't you think Rudeus is more suitable? Oh, I think that too, but please calm down! Today is supposed to be a joyous day! Having a war is also bad! We will be enemies with Eurus and Zephyrus! You fool! I'll win this on my own! Move away! Move away!
With that, Saurus drags Philip out of the scene.
Everyone's dumbfounded. Iris clears her throat in trying to compose herself.
Leaving Oji-san things aside, Today is specially prepared for Rudeus!
Iris raises her chest, her face blushing. Lately, her chest has grown, so she's started to wear a bra, and she's quite cute when she puffs her chest out. Senyin once said that it's now very cute, but once she grows up, it will become brazen. Thank you, Senyin. About that, is there a surprise?
What do you think it is?
The things that are a surprise. What are they? The things that I like. Computer and eroge. No. Iris is thinking about my circumstances. I have left my family, been alone all these years, and must feel lonely. On this birthday, if it's Iris herself, what sort of gifts will she be happy with? Ghislaine and her grandfather by her side, celebrating. If it's me, could it be Otosama is here as well?
Eve's face darkens, and not only her, the butler, maids, and everyone else's expressions change to a sympathetic look.
Paul-san, he said the monsters in the forest have started becoming active recently, so he couldn't come. But he said if it's Rudeus, even if he's not here, it will be fine. Zenith-san also said that the children have a sudden fever and she couldn't come.
Iris replies, perplexed. Well, since they already notified, it's something that can't be helped. The village relies quite heavily on Paul, and if the sisters are sick, it can't be possible for Lilia to take care of everything.
I say, about that, Rudeus,
Iris can't seem to find the words and frets once more. The cat who's usually so confident is really cute when she encounters something troubling. Don't worry. He might even say it's better if Paul isn't here. I see. Father and mother didn't come. I pretend I didn't mind, but when I try to do that, I sound quite despondent because of the nasally voice and teary eyes.
At this time, there is someone amongst the maids who starts to sob. Oh, what a failure. I didn't think I would make the atmosphere to be this terrible. My apologies. I really can't read the mood after all. Just when I'm thinking of that, suddenly Hilda runs over to me and hugs me tightly, and the flowers slip out of my hand accidentally. Ooh. I almost never speak to Hilda. She has the same fiery red hair like Eris, and she's like a beautiful woman that carries an air of the widow. Like one who appears in the eroge, or a married woman who got widowed at a young age. Of course, if Philip is alive, she's not a widow. But the important thing is, her chest is amazing. Is it possible that Eris will grow up to this level? Hon. Hilda hugs me tightly and uses a voice that's almost at the level of shouting. Doesn't this person hate me?
Hilda, rampaging and impulsive. No one will object to it. Adopted child. No, marry Eris. That's it. A great idea. Let's do that. Iris, shocked. Oh, Okasama? Hilda suddenly lost her cool. As expected, Iris is also shocked. Iris, are you unsatisfied with our home's Rudeus? Iris protesting. Rudeus is only 10. It doesn't have anything to do with age. Stop finding excuses and polish up on being a proper girl. I'm doing that. The rampaging Hilda. The retorting Iris. Even though she married into the family, this person is also a Greyrat's member. She's the same type like Sauros. Philip, calm and controlled. All right, we will talk about this later. Hilda, protesting. Dear, what are you doing? If I don't save the poor child. Philip, who just came back, controls Hilda and exits the place with grace. Even under a chaotic scene, his heart is serene, calmly observing the situation. That's so cool. He's definitely a great wizard, a reliable man, and he can be seen as a reference for all guys. Well now,
time to pull myself together. What is it? About that surprise?
Hey, watch. Eris brings out her arms, puffs up her chest, and raises her head, her chin protruding out a little. I haven't seen that classic pose in quite some time.
Alphonse, bring that!
Eris snaps her finger, making a crisp noise. Eris has her face red, but Alphonse doesn't pay attention to it and brings out a wand from behind the statue's shadow where I couldn't see it. This is similar to the wand that Roxy has.
The wand is made from a rough and bony wood, with the tip of it adorned with a large magical stone that appears to be quite expensive. I know from the first moment I see it, this rod is very expensive. A wand's rank is determined by the wood and the magic rock. The properties of the wood will affect the affinity of each magic system. The fire and earth system is good with the Kurogaki. The wind and water system is good with the Injuga material. But even if it's not compatible, it shouldn't reduce the strength of the magic, so any material is fine. The most important thing is the magical stone. With mana transforming into a magical stone, it's not known why the power of the magic is greatly increased, even if the output of the mana is the same. Comparing the price, the wands that I gave to Ghislaine and Eris have a magical stone that cost 1 silver each. Even though there were cheaper ones, I remembered back then that Roxy gave me a wand with something about that size, so I chose the same. It's about the size of the front tip of the last finger. With this fist-sized magical stone, it's at least over 100 gold coins. Furthermore, the magical stone is slightly blue-colored, and it has water affinity. With this, there will be a very strong enhancement of the magic used. How much does this really cost? To add on, the crystals that you get from dungeons are also a type of magical stones, but the difference is that it doesn't add the enhancement effect. To that aspect, that magical crystal is holding mana in it, and it's not used for making a wand, but creating magical items and magic spells that use a lot of mana.
Eris watches me, who's looking at the wand, and nods her head with satisfaction.
Elives, explain it!
Yes, Ojo-sama. The material is from the Milis continent, in the eastern region of the large forest where a tree called the Elder Treant grows. The wand's body is made from that arm. I believe the well-learned Rudeus-sama must know that it will become a subspecies after drinking from the fairy spring. It will be capable of using water-ranked magic, an A-rank monster. The magical rock is from a stray dragon located in the Begarit continent, an A-rank gem. The maker is from the Astra Kingdom Palace's magic team, a wand maker, rod director called Chin Prosium. Whoa, that's amazing! It sounds like it specializes in water magic. But it should be really expensive, right? No, now is not the time to think about this. Even though I keep teaching Eris not to keep spending money, I'll let it go for today. This is specially made for me. It'll be embarrassing if I refuse this. The wand's name is called the Arrogant Water Dragon King. When I prepare to receive it, I stop my actions in an instant. Just then, did I hear something about Junipio?
Take it! This is the gift of the Greyrat family! I requested with Oto-sama and Oji-sama to get this. Rudeus is actually an amazing magician. If you don't carry a wand, it will be too weird.
After hearing Eris's voice, I accept the Arrogant Water Dragon King. It's different from the appearance. This is pretty light. I play around with it with both hands. Even though the magical stone is very big, but the overall balance is very good. That's expensive an item. But the name is a little... Thank you. Not only did you hold a party for me, and you gave such an expensive... Don't care about the money. Quick, let's continue with the party. It's a waste if the dishes are cold. Eris cheerfully leads me and brings me to a giant cake that's sitting in front of the front seat. I helped out too. What did you say? Part 5. After the party started, Eris keeps talking like a machine gun for a while. I get to know during Eris's birthday that the wine drunk in the Asura Kingdom are different in various regions. The wines that are made from wheat here are quite plentiful, but the wine used in celebrations are made from grapes.
I lost during the family battles. Do you know why Eris doesn't have siblings? Have you noticed it before? I nod solemnly. I noticed it before, but in the end, I never asked. The truth is, there are. Eris has an older and younger brother, and the younger one is as old as you are now. Are they dead? Philip looks at me, startled. I accidentally cut right to the point. Not as rude of me. The truth is, there are. Eris has an older and younger brother, and the younger one is as old as you are now. The truth is, there are. Eris has an older and younger brother, and the younger one is as old as you are now. The truth is, there are. Eris has an older and younger brother, and the younger one is as old as you are now. The superficial excuse is to let him become an adopted son and go to the capital to study, but in truth, it's just a continuation of tradition. And Philip begins to describe the Boreas family tradition. Boreas family tradition is a continuous battle to inherit the head title, as well as the other traditions. Saurus has 10 sons, and amongst them are 3 people. Roa's mayor, Philip. The son-in-law, Gordon, who married into the Rudeus Greyrat family.
Then, James, who's currently holding the cabinet minister position, and is considered to be too young to hold that position. There's a name that is as long as a train. Well, aside from that, Sauros decided to let them fight each other to decide the next head. From the conclusion, the winner and the current head is James, with Philip and Gordon losing. The first half of the power struggle. First of all, James manipulated from behind the shadows to let Eurys's daughter and Gordon be involved. With this plan, without knowing each other's identities, the sparks of love burst into flames. Gordon occupied himself with love and finally married into the Eurys family unexpectedly with James's help. The route to Boreas' head was over for him. The latter half of the fight. At that time, Philip and James were about equal, fighting each other in the dark, using all their connections to continue the fight. There was nothing dramatic. Philip simply lost. If there's something of a difference, it'd probably be in the area of ability. James is older than Philip and had ties in the capital and was the right hand of an important minister. He had connections and wealth and holds considerable authority as well. Even though Philip can be said as very good too, but it was hard to fill the 6 years age gap. He arranged Philip to be the mayor of Roa and chased him away from the capital. Even if James becomes Fedoa's lord, he continues to plan to have Philip handle it. He's a cabinet minister and doesn't plan to leave the capital. Philip's in the rural areas, and for him to rise up again will be very difficult. Later on, James made the request if Philip had male children, they had to be adopted and sent to the capital. Taking all the male children away? Isn't that too barbaric? That's fine, I don't really care. It's tradition anyway. All the males born in the Rudeus Greyrat family are raised to be the next head. This is to ensure that the people who failed in the competition will not have their sons participate again. Helping the sons attain authority is a common thing, and this is to prevent such a problem. Gordon has their own rules in the Eurys family, but Philip must obey the tradition and hand over the males to James.
Before the children have the ability to understand things, they will recognize James as their father. Philip seems to have accepted this. It might be possible that he's not Sauros's real son. But Hilda can't seem to accept it no matter what. She's the daughter of an ordinary noble who's attached to Philip. Before Eris was born, her emotions were unstable, but she calmed down temporarily after Eris's birth.
However, she became unstable again after Eris's younger brother was taken away. She hates you. She said, her own son isn't here, so why is there another kid walking around in this mansion? I always felt that she had ignored me. I see, so this is the reason. Plus, the heiress who's left behind is the exact opposite of a lady and is a hag. I thought it couldn't be helped. It couldn't be helped refers to? Using her to overthrow James will be difficult. Oh, this person, he hasn't given up yet. But recently, looking at you, I think there might be some hope. You even managed to cheat Father and Hilda with your acting skills. Is it really necessary to use a word like cheat? I only did some stuff so that the atmosphere wouldn't be so awkward. Not only do you know the importance of money, you also know flattery. To obtain someone's heart, you will risk your life without balking.
Are you talking about that incident back then? Or are you talking about the part where I got smacked continuously for the past few years? Compared to these, it's thanks to you that Eris grew up so well.
Paul said that this was not foreseen. He has heard from Paul that I'm an excellent kid, but considering that Paul has only been flipping girls' skirts as his existence for life, his son would only be a brat who's slightly better. If Eris interacted with a brat like him, there might be some interesting chemistry reactions. He only expected that much.
That's really a nostalgic memory. The day that Paul cried to me.
With that, Philip starts to recite to himself. When I ask about it, Paul needed money, a place to stay at, and a stable job, but he didn't want to go back as an upper-class noble and cried to Philip. He even kneeled and pleaded to Philip for my sake. Even during Lilia's incident, he didn't do that. Well, whatever. That's something to be thought of later. But even if I'm not here, Eris will change somehow, right?
Somehow? There is no way that's possible. I have considered Eris to be completely hopeless. I already thought it's impossible for her to be a noble and would become an adventurer with Ghislaine teaching her the sword.
Continuing, Philip tells me about the episodes of Eris, the episodes that are not suitable for the ears. At the age of 9 years old, she had perfectly attained the status of a violent kid. How about it? Marry Eris and take on the Boreas name? If you agree, I'll tie her up right now and throw her into your bed. That's quite attractive of a proposal. Tying Eris up and letting me have my way with her. Lately, I have been feeling a fire in me that's causing an arousal. It's unthinkable that I cast away the best kind of situation. No, wait. Are you kidding me? Read the previous line. Take up the name of Boreas? What are you making a 10-year-old kid do? You're Paul's Greyrat, right? I'm not talking about that. The takeover will be done by me. You can just sit on the position. How about this? I'll send you other girls. He's probably trying to seal the deal with chucking girls at me. Paul's ill reputation is detestable. I'm going to pretend that's harmless chatter during drinking.
Philip laughs quietly upon hearing that.
That's right. That will be good. But taking away the stuff about Boreas, you can go ahead and like Eris, and you don't need to hold any responsibilities. In any case, if she marries, she will come back.
Philip laughs again after that.
Marrying off to someone? After a few days, Eris beats her husband to death. I can imagine that easily. But if I lay my hands on her, I can imagine myself being manipulated on Philip's hands. It's about time for me to rest. Yes, good night. And with that, Eris's sponsored birthday party closes its curtains. Part 6.
Welcome back.
When I return to my own room, the Eris who's supposed to be asleep is sitting on top of my bed. She's wearing a red nightgown. From the past till now, she probably has never worn something like this. What's going on? That's a little overreaching for her. Heck, didn't she go to sleep already? What's wrong? It's already at this time. Rudeus will be lonely by himself, so I'll sleep together with you today.
With that, Eris turns her face away blushing. She seems to be mindful of the fact that she told me that my parents won't be coming. Eris is still sticking to her family even at 12 years old. And once she thinks that I have not seen them for 3 years, she probably feels that I am unable to stay on. No, maybe this is something Hilda planned, waking her up and sending her here in a nightgown. With this, Eris is already 12 years old, even though she can't really be seen with a female's figure, but she barely makes it to my strike zone. My body still hasn't undergone puberty, so the day I will become a man isn't here yet, but it will probably be time soon. My first time of the first time with a tsundere ojosama doing it for the first time? When that phrase crosses my mind, the 34-year-old jobless me with the slight atmosphere of a lolicon controls me.
Looking at that illusion of an acne-scarred face with a disgusting smile attacking Eris brings me back to my senses. No, I can't lay my hands on her. I'll be manipulated by Philip. I'll sink into the power struggle battles that Philip lost in and Paul ran away from. Today I'm really lonely, so I might do something ecchi, okay? This is my polite way of hoping that she will leave. Normally, Eris hates sexual harassment the most, so I say something like that and she will escape. That is what I'm thinking of, but I receive an unexpected reply. Just a little. It's okay. Are you serious? Today, Eris-san is really forcing herself. Telling something like that to this old mister, I will be unable to hold on. I move beside Eris and sit down, and the bed answers with a small key sound. If it's the past me in my previous life, I would have surely make an amazing gee sound, completely spoiling the mood. My mind has already turned blank, unable to think deep thoughts. Being manipulated on someone's hands? What's so bad about it? The Eris from 3 years has become so daring. Of course it's a natural thing to have some risks involved.
Your voice is shaking, you know.
You're imagining things.
Really?
I stroke Eris's head, feeling the sleek hair. Even though she's an upper-class noble, but there's no bathtub in this mansion, so she can't wash her hair every day. The Eris who spends all her time to do nothing but train in the sword, who's usually so crude, has dressed herself up for my sake today. Eris is really cute.
What are you saying all of a sudden?
Eris' blush extends to her ears and lowers her head down. I lightly grab her shoulders and kiss her on the cheek. How? I'm going to feel, okay? I couldn't help but extend my hand to her chest, even though it's very small, but that's definitely a chest right there. I have been given the permission to have the forbidden fruit. It's completely different from the usual time, where I always timidly prepared myself to be smacked because I tried to have the forbidden fruit. Even though it's through the clothes, I'm definitely commanding the Lolita ship! Eris can't possibly be feeling anything from it. She just feels that she's doing something embarrassing, I know that. Suppressing her troubled and embarrassing feelings, shutting her mouth tightly with slight tears in her eyes to look at me. Cute. I feel her back, and because she constantly trains on the sword, there are really firm muscles there. It's not to the extent of Ghislaine, and it's more of flexible muscles belonging to a kid. Eris shuts her eyes tightly and grasps onto my shoulder as if to implore me. Is that that's an okay? Okay, right? I can do it to the end? I'm going to continue? Okay. Itadakimasu! With that judgment, my hand reaches for her inner thigh. The first time that I touch a girl's thigh, it is filled with warmth, but it is not soft, but filled with firm flesh. No! Boom! I am knocked away. Bam! My face is slapped. Kabam! I'm kicked to the floor. Blam! Blam! 2 extra hits got in. The perplexed me is defenseless and received every single blow. Eris is standing up with a crimson face, and her eyes are glaring at me. I only said a little. Rudeus is an idiot. Just like that, the door is left open as if it has been smashed through, and she leaves like the wind. Part 7. I stay like that and stare at the ceiling in a daze. The something that had seemed to possess my overheated brain has cooled down completely. That is to say, this virgin. Self-loathing. I completely read it wrong. I was too anxious and forgot the person in front of me is still a kid. And I just made a terrible mistake. Damn it. What the hell am I thinking? Don't I know the feelings of heroines very well after playing so many eroge? It's true that when I look at the Donkon protagonist types and finish things quickly by pushing them down, that sort of irresponsible thing. In the end, the conclusion is that. With the gamer's viewpoint, you can see the heroine's lines. But as the protagonist, you can't know that. The world of Donkon protagonists. I'm certain that I'm being liked, and from the things that are possible to occur, I'll pretend not to notice them and shorten the distance. Am I doing things that are too superficial compared to the other real Donkon protagonists? Compared to them, am I too shallow? Especially after a talk like that with Philip. What happened to the nonsense about harmless chatter during drinking? Didn't I do something completely the opposite of what I said? If I really did do it with Eris, I know what's gonna happen. Boom, did it, got married. 3 strikes and I become Boreas's little partner. During that time, will I say something that I don't want to join in a terrible, shitty mess of political fights? I'm trying to be irresponsible? Because that's a one-night stand, so I'll make an excuse? Utterly stupid. At that time, I'll be like a damn monkey sticking to Eris night after damn night. The past me was quite active in the previous life, albeit it can't compare to Paul. This cannot be satisfied with just one time. Today she initiated things. The next time will be me actively seeking her. Both Philip and Hilda wish for me to do it, and no one will stop me. Just because of a moment of pleasure, I'll be dragged into the chaos of political struggles. Sweeping my eyes around, I see the wand in the corner of the room. That's right. I have completely forgotten about Eris's feelings. Even though it's Philip and Sauros who came up with the money, the person who wanted to give me the wand is probably Eris. Planning a party to make me happy, concerned about the dialogue that we had, even coming to console me before I went to bed. She has done everything for me today, but I am swallowed up by my own desires, intending to ravage a child whose head is filled with me. Just think about the happy expressions that she had when she's talking to the maids. The things that I'm doing are designed to trample on that. Oh, I'm the worst. I don't have any right to tell Paul off. I don't have any right to teach anyone anything. Trash that enters a different world is still trash. I'll pack my things up tomorrow and leave. I should die like a trash halfway on the way back. As I become aware of it, Eris is standing at the room's door. She's showing half her face. I quickly stand up straight. No, I'll lie my whole body on the floor. I'm really sorry about that earlier.
I lie on the floor like a turtle. She sneaks a glance at me and moves away, squirming in a small voice.
Today is a special case, so I'll forgive you.
She forgives me?
Rudeus is very perverted. I know that.
Who's the one who told her that? No, I'm perverted. I'm sorry. It's me. I'm a perverted man. It's my fault. Osawari man is right over here. Me.
But this kind of thing is too early. 5 years. After 5 years, when Rudeus is all grown up, that time. Just be patient.
Yes. I prostrate myself to the ground.
Then I'll be going to sleep. And Rudeus, good night. I'll be troubling you tomorrow.
Eris finishes stuttering and goes back to her room. Until I can't hear the footsteps that are further and further away, I close the door. I sit down behind the door with my back facing it. Oh yeah. Today's birthday is really too amazing. Today's special situation is really too amazing. Nothing happening worse than that is really too amazing. All right. 5 years later. The promise. With that Eris. The promise. All right. I'll never do something like that again. 5 years later means I'll be 15 years old. Even though it's a long time. But I can hold it in. Since I can definitely receive the goods, I'll persevere. Before that, I'm a gentleman. Not a pervert, but a gentleman. The usual sexual harassment will be refrained as well. The older the wine, the deeper the flavor will be. If I keep drinking it bit by bit, maybe 5 years later it will be tasteless. Charge shot that's pressed as long as possible will increase in power. I'll become a strong man who won't bend to arrow. This time I must become a Donkon protagonist. The A button that I'll press for 5 years will be released 5 years later. I take an oath in my heart. Yes, Lolia, do not touch. Wait, 5 years later? Donkon type? My mind suddenly has Sylphie's pale face smiling appearing in it. How?
Part 8. When I wake up, my underwear has turned into a terrible state. Looks like I released the A button. I'll work hard tomorrow. I tell the maid who comes in to collect the laundry not to tell Eris. She might giggle at me when she sees me. That's a little embarrassing. Status. Name, Eris Boreas Greyrat. Profession, granddaughter of the Lord of Fedowa. Personality, a little violent, obedient in certain places. Talking to her, she will listen with attention. Language, almost perfect. Math, knows division too. Magic, can't use the voiceless incantation. Finds intermediate ranked magic difficult. Sword, advanced ranked in the Sword God Guidance. Etiquette, learning the difficult rules in the palace. The people she likes, grandfather, Ghislaine. The person she loves, Rudeus.
Volume 2, Chapter 8, Part 1. Shirone Royal Palace. Roxy casually looks outside the window and knits her eyebrows. The colors in the sky are very strange. Gray, black, purple, and yellow. The usual blue color is gone. But the colors have been seen somewhere before.
What is that?
Even though she has seen the colors before, but she has never seen the sky change before in that way. But anyone will know just by looking at it that it is an unnatural phenomenon. Most likely it is due to some reason that caused the mana to rampage. That scale. From afar, it looks like a mana whirlpool.
That location is from Assume. Could it be Rudeus?
Roxy finally remembers where she has seen this. That shining location was seen at the Magic University back then. It is similar to summoning magic.
That location is from Assume. Could it be Rudeus?
Roxy gets reminded of the image of her student, a young boy that she has once taught. That young boy had created a tempest without breaking a sweat at 5 years old. At that time, he already had complete control over his mana. He's now 10 years old. It might be possible for him to do that now. Even though he mentioned that he was unable to learn summoning magic in his letter, but he might have gotten teaching materials by chance.
Pax Shirone taunts. Your guard is down. When she's deep in thought, she gets hugged from the back and her chest gets massaged. At the same time, she feels something hard on her butt. What's that? It's leading towards the sex. In fact, he's already trying to continue.
Roxy becomes weary. Pushing and massaging against such a thick robe obviously won't have any feeling to it. Furthermore, even if the attacker feels anything, the victim will not be happy. Roxy incants with irritation. Bursting flames cover my body. Burning place!
Yeah! The barrier covered in flames sends the person behind flying. Even though she can't do the same level of voiceless incantations, but she has managed to shorten the chance within these 5 years by a lot. Rudeus has also let his students train in voiceless incantations, and after knowing that Roxy started training in chanting omission, but it's not something so simple to use. That talented youth must be expecting quite a lot from his students. But it doesn't mean that everyone else has his talent.
Your Highness, you can't rub a female's chest from behind.
Roxy, are you trying to kill me? I will throw you into prison!
The current 7th prince, who's 15 years old, Pax Shirone, is a brat. At first he was charming, but lately he seems to have become more perverted, as he's bluntly showing off sexual desire in the daytime. Please excuse me for that. If you die at that level, it looks like your highness is lower than a fly.
The crime of disrespect! This is not forgivable! If you want to beg for mercy, roll up your robe and let me see your pantsuit!
I refuse.
Some of the maids have already been attacked by him, and the king is tormented over that. And lately, he's been targeting the royal court tutor with his sexual harassment.
What's so good about this unfashionable girl?
Roxy doesn't understand, but she doesn't need to obey any of the prince's orders no matter what requests he makes. It's written clearly on the contract. Even if the prince demands something selfish, the tutor can use her own judgment. In this castle, there are very few people who will listen to the prince's orders directly. Since he's the 7th prince, the possibility of him becoming king is very small, and he has almost no authority. If it's about authority, Roxy, who's appointed as the royal court magician, has more authority.
Pax Chirone.
Roxy, I know you have a lover.
Dear me. When did such an exaggerated thing happen where I have a lover?
Roxy tilts her head and asks, facing the prince who is suddenly talking in his sleep. Lover. Even though she considered finding one, but there wasn't anyone suitable that she met. Even when she did meet someone, they didn't even take a look, so she gave up because of the Mygurd's racial trait. The prince is a little special and seems to want to try that kind of body, but Roxy doesn't intend to sell herself out so easily.
I entered your room secretly and found a letter amongst the piled up stuff in the shelf. I don't know who it is, but I can use my authority to smash him up. If you don't want to see him being cruelly executed, become my woman.
The other methods are something like that. Using the target's lover as a hostage and threaten them with their bodies as ransom, violating them in front of their lovers and experience the pleasure from dominating them. The prince naturally has no authority. Nevertheless, he's still a prince, and he has his own troops, and in truth there were rumors where the maid's lovers were kidnapped as hostages.
Roxy thinks that it's good that she has no lover. The letters are all written from Rudeus, and he's only a respectable student, and not a lover.
Go ahead and do what you wish.
What? I'll really do it! If you want to beg, do it now! If you beg for mercy, it will be paid with just your body!
The prince isn't even thinking. Plus, he doesn't even know where Rudeus is. With that approach, he definitely has not read what's written in the letter. Rudeus's concealed territory now is chaos. With the madness of the guards, the subsequent danger from Pax's attack, it would have taken a moment for him to have died. If someone came to take him away from his home, when he was just 5 years old, would he have survived on this planet? If his talent hadn't existed, would he have truly been born? Would he have truly lived among the warriors of the Realm Lord? Would he have truly survived in all the adventures he's come across? His fate is far futile. In the end, it's all down to a stroke of luck. His talent has allowed him to get to where he is now. But with his fate, he couldn't have made it. His talent is the only thing that doesn't fail him. It set up one brother from another. His place is equal to equal. His fate is equal to warriors. His fate is equal to kings. For 17 years, his name was almost as famous as anyone. His fate is almost as famous as anyone. His fate is equal to warriors. His fate is equal to kings. His fate is equal to warriors. His fate is equal to kings. 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 His fate is equal to kings.
Why? Why are you so confident? Don't you know my authority?
Roxy is very clear of it. The authority that he has as royalty is at a degree where one can laugh scornfully. Rudeus is under the high-class noble Boreas in the Asura kingdom.
Boreas Chirone? I thought I'd heard that name somewhere before. I was just reading about the flaws in the hierarchy of the Ashura kingdom the other day. It wasn't tiny princes of Palestinian territories that I'm worried about. Pax Chironi raises his head in arrogance. Boreas! As a prince, why would I be scared of a mere high-class noble? He doesn't even know the names of the high-class nobles in the Ashura Kingdom. Roxy sighs at that fact.
What are the other tutors teaching him?
Asura's 4 feudal lords, Notus, Boreas, Eurus, and Zephyrus, are famous. Once war happens to the Asura Kingdom, these military officers are the ones in every generation who bear the full brunt of the attacks. If there are any ceremonies in Chiron, it wouldn't be strange for the nobles carrying these names to visit. They are nobles who must be remembered.
Pox. Asura is a country that is 10 times bigger than Chiron. If you want to send their members to the gallows under suspicions, you need extremely high political power and strategy. With your Highness's authority, it is impossible.
Pax Chironi, desperate and grasping. Assassin! I'll send my Imperial Guards! Hearing the words Imperial Guards, Roxy's heart sighs again. Truly, this prince doesn't think at all.
Roxy said, "The Imperial Guards cannot leave the borders, right? Even if they pass the borders, the Boreas family has hired Ghislaine to sneak into the mansion inside Fedoa's territory's fortress city under the eyes of Sword King Ghislaine and kill a master magician? Do you think that's possible?"
Gramumu. The prince grinds his teeth and stomps on the floor hard, and Roxy sighs again, looking at him.
Really? He's already 15 years old and he still can't read a single word.
The prince could read a bit when he was 5 years old, but back then, he was also famous for his stubbornness. The royal family in that kingdom tends to have a slanted head. The eastern kingdoms of the continent of Chiron are always at war throughout history, and they were still at war even now. The family royals who were descended from quarrels among royals rarely became strong. That kingdom likely lacks an intelligent minister who helps the royal family. The prince was quite cute and had the potential in the past, but after realizing he could use his authority, the will to improve himself quickly diminished. Recently, he's mostly sleeping in the class. Roxy deeply feels that she lacks the capability as a teacher.
Also, soon I'll no longer be your Highness's home tutor. Even if you send assassins, you won't make it in time.
What? I didn't hear anything about this.
You are to be blamed for not remembering.
The promise was to teach him until he becomes an adult. At first, Roxy thought that she would continue to stay if she got invited to stay, even after the contract ended. But there were many people who saw Roxy's existence as an eyesore. Retreating from here would be a wise decision.
This is a good chance.
What good chance? The western skies have some sudden changes. I want to take a look. What is this?
I want to see Rudeus, whom I have not long seen. That line is not said out loud. If she did, he would become enraged. I still need Roxy! My lessons are still in the middle of teaching, right?
What do you mean by middle of teaching? Aren't you always sleeping?
It's Roxy's fault for not waking me up!
Is that so? Then this terrible teacher will be gone soon. Please hire a teacher who can wake you up. As for me, I'll be declining.
Rudeus Greyrat. Roxy feels that she is unable to teach him. Teaching one thing to Rudeus will have him learning 10 to 20 things on his own. After meeting such a pupil by chance, she doesn't have the confidence to be a teacher ever again. With that, Roxy set off from Chirone. In the midst of the journey, she was attacked by the 7th Prince's knights, but they were all driven back. The 7th Prince claimed that Roxy attacked him, and it's a violent act that couldn't be forgiven, and should immediately issue an arrest warrant for her. But the Chirone king ignored him. Rather, he scolded the prince for not being able to retain the Water King magician Roxy Magudia, and severely punished him. Part 2. It wasn't only Roxy who noticed the changes in the skies, those abrupt and unusual changes. Every powerful being in the world has noticed it. In the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range,
The 100th generation dragon god Orsted looks up to the western skies.
The mana is gathering there. What? Has something amiss happened?
He shows a puzzled expression.
Well, I'll know if I go there.
And here, he progresses directly to the west, stepping over a red dragon's corpse that he killed in a single strike. Countless dragons are revolving around him, but none of them makes any move. They know what being is walking on the ground. They know that even if they attack together, they would be killed by him. At the same time, they know they won't be killed if they don't do anything. That's a dragon god, an existence that's abnormal in the world's common sense, an existence that no one should fight. Another arrogant young dragon with no sense attacks Orsted and is turned into a mass of flesh instantly. The red dragons know, if they don't rouse the ire of this existence, then flying in the skies is safe. The red dragons are definitely the strongest in the central continent, but not because they have the combat ability. It's because they are intelligent and thus seen as powerful. The red dragons know. This is the strongest person in the world. Even if they joined forces together, they wouldn't beat him. He slowly walks down the mountains under the eyes of the red dragons. No one knows his goals. In the Sky Fortress.
One of the three heroes, Dragon King Perugius, looks down from the northern skies. What is it, that thing? It looks like the same light as when the magic world's great demon emperor is about to be revived. Standing beside him is a heaven race female with black wings wearing a white bird mask.
The quality of the mana is too different,
She quietly says. Yes, it looks more like the light from a summoning.
but the size of that summoning light, I seem to have seen it somewhere.
It's very similar to when this Sky Fortress was created. Perugius moves. Right now, Perugius is sitting on the Sky Fortress's throne. He leads 12 servants and continues to observe the skies with only one goal in mind: revenge. Once the demon god Laplace revives, he will defeat him. He's only waiting for the moment where the seal is removed, and he awaits in the sky. Could it be the seal for the demon god is removed by the magic world's great demon emperor?
I suppose. The great demon emperor has been quiet to the point of ominous after being revived for 300 years.
All right. Arumanfi.
I'm here. The man dressed in white and wearing a yellow mask kneels quietly in front of Perugius.
Set off now. Investigate.
No, since it's surely something evil being done. If there are any suspicious people, kill them. Understood. Armored Dragon King Perugius takes action. 12 followers accompany him, for the sake of revenge for his 4 dear friends. This time for sure. To kill Laplace. At the Holy Land of the Swords, Sword God Golfarian looks at the southern skies. That sky is, I say. While the moment where he is concentrating on something else, his 2 cute students attack at the same time.
When I'm watching, don't attack.
Inspiration from his students allows him to relax. The sword god feels that they have no sense as usual. Even though they are called as sword emperors, they only reach to this much. Boring, boring! You don't need to be famous for sword techniques. You only need to become strong. That is all. If you want fame, it's only for money and authority. Those things have no value at all, and these things that can be gotten so easily by anyone, I'll cut them into 2 with my sword. If you become strong, you can do anything you want. You can consider yourself as living if you can do anything you want. Ghislaine knows this the best, but she's becoming soft gradually. She doesn't advance after reaching the Sword King. Even if a greedy person is weak, he doesn't need to swing a sword to become strong. Once you attain power, your greed wanes. The Ghislaine now isn't able to make it. Her greed isn't enough. These 2 fellows aren't without talent, but with the drab desires they have will only bring them to reach only the Sword Emperor rank. To live on through do-or-die battles, you must have infinite desires.
Go, guy. We greatly quickly get up. Even if you defeat me and fight each other, don't think you can get the Sword God's title.
I'm not learning the sword for these reasons. Shisho, don't look down on me!
That's right. Be more honest to yourself. With that, you can surpass and kill me easily, stealing the Sword God title. The Sword God has already forgotten about the things in the southern skies. From the magical continent's unknown area, the great Emperor Kishirika Kishirisu looks up to the sky.
Ah, even with my back facing to it, I can still see it. How's that? Amazing, right?
But no one replies, because there's no one around her.
You're ignoring me. Wahaha, fine. I'll forgive all you humans. Come to think of it, it's because of this peaceful era that no one is approaching me, so I have no choice but to forgive the humans. Wahaha, foo-ha-ha-ha, foo-ha-ha, cough, cough, cough.
Kirishina is alone. How do you put it? Because no one cares about her. The moment she revived, she yelled, "The great demon emperor Kirishina is here! I made everyone wait! Fua-hua-ha-ha-ha!" But nobody was around her. She ran to the streets shouting that, and someone cast a pitying eye on her. After that, everyone ignored her. She found her old friends, but she was told that it's now the era of peace, and she needs to be more reserved. Kirishina, complaining and nostalgic. What the heck are the human astrologers doing? In the past, when I was revived, there would suddenly be a gotta noise that would come from the window. A free-fall performance that would be done. Without that opening performance, it won't fit the grandeur of my revival. Oh, sheesh. What are the young ones doing recently? Kirishina kicks the pebble on the ground and looks up at the mana whirlpool in the western skies. The Great Demon Emperor is also named as the Magical Eye Demon Emperor, having over 10 magical eyes, and knows what's happening with a single glance. No matter how far it is, she will see it clearly. She will see the powerful mana energy, the familiar summoning light, and the person controlling it. What? I can't see through it. There's a barrier, huh? Doing something so big like this without showing the face. That person must be shy. Kirishika's magical eyes aren't almighty, so she will only stop at Great Demon Emperor, and no matter how long time passes, she will never be called Demon God. But she doesn't mind it.
Calling the heroes over is pretty interesting, but recently everyone is following Laplace. Kirishika? Who's that? Isn't that how it is? They must have gone to find a heroes or gone over to the good-looking Laplace guy. Oh, I'm so jealous. I really want to parade in the limelight again.
Kirishika travels on with a sigh, moving towards a casual direction that she sees fit. At the same time, Rudeus's point of view. I walk up to a small hill outside the fortress city Roa, in order to fulfill the promise from my birthday to show Ghislaine's saint-ranked water magic. Eris naturally comes along too. The magic stone on the wand and my hand that's holding on to the wand are both tied up. Even though it looks ugly, compared to hiding the magic stone, I'm thinking of covering up the mana away. Thieves will approach if they see something expensive like this. Before I use the saint-ranked water magic, I test out the arrogant Water Dragon King. I use the same mana output that I use normally and create a water ball that's a few times bigger than the usual size. Whoa, that's really big. When I try adjusting it, the water ball is too small and cannot be seen with the naked eye. It looks like I have to change it bit by bit. After 30 minutes of experiments, I begin to understand it's around 5 times the effects. The attack magic becomes stronger, and to achieve the same strength as before, I can reduce the mana output.
What is it?
It's a little difficult to adjust it, but this thing is amazing. Eris looks worriedly over me. Don't worry, I'm in a trance with this new toy. After that, I did more experiments. I got to understand that fire magic is 2 times the effectiveness. Earth and wind magic is 3 times the effectiveness. And it seems to be difficult to use melded magic with this magic wand. No, I'll probably get used to that too. All right, sorry for making everyone wait. Rudeus Greyrat will show you my strongest ultimate Ogi move.
Wah! Wah!
Iris happily claps. Ghislaine is also greatly interested. I'm also stoked. All right, I'll do it here. Foo ha ha ha! Gather now mana. O great water spirit, ascend to the skies! Ara? When I start to chant the words of the spell Cumulonimbus, raising both of my hands and raising the wand to the skies, everyone looks at that sky, and we see that. The color of the sky is starting to change. What is that? The sky's colors are changing into uncomfortable colors. It seems to be mixed with gray and purple. Ghislaine takes off her eye patch, showing a deep green eye. What's that? You mean to say your eyes are different? What is that? I do not know. That mana is extremely powerful. That eye can actually see mana. I only know after 3 years? Ghislaine's true strength? Ghislaine immediately puts her eye patch back. In any case, let's go back to the mansion first.
Ghislaine said, "Even though I don't know what this unusual premonition means, we should find a place to hide before something happens."
Eris said, "No, the mana gathering near the city is even stronger. It's best to leave here." Rudeus said, "If that's the case, we should warn them. We should tell Philip to get the people in the city to avoid this situation. Then I'll go back." Ghislaine said, "Rudeus, down." I get down with reflex. I hear something slice the air with a whoosh sound. Something flew over me in high speed. In front of me, Ghislaine's hand that is on her sword swings out in an instant. After that, I only see Ghislaine keeping her pose after swinging. The Sword God style ultimate technique, Light of the Long Sword, and named Art of the Sword of Light. I've seen that many times. After swinging your sword to the limits, the tip of the sword reaches the speed of light. That's the ultimate technique in the Sword God style. Ghislaine tells me because of this technique, the Sword God style is the strongest amongst the styles. Ghislaine knits her brows tightly, and I finally turn my head back over. When?
A man is standing over there, his hair golden, and wears something like a white-colored student uniform, buttoned-up shirt and long pants. The yellow-colored mask is probably masking an Ikemein's face. The mask is probably based on a motif of a fox or related animal. His right hand is holding onto a dagger. It is probably what flew over my head just now. Then, the guy's face releases a tremendous amount of light that washes the view completely white in an instant.
Queen! Gah!
The roaring of Ghislaine. Metallic sounds that collided together. The sound of someone running. 2-3 times of metallic clashes. When I can see again, Ghislaine is in front of me. Her eye patch has been taken down. I see. During the instant of that blinding light, she took off her eye patch to use her other eye to look.
You bastard. Who are you? Are you an enemy of the Greyrat's family?
A Romanfi of the Bright. That is my name.
Ghislaine?
I have come for this unusual phenomenon. This is the Order of Perugius Summer.
I heard of the name Perugius. He seems to be one of the 3 heroes that vanquished the demon god. Didn't vanquish. He's a summoner who controls 12 familiars. I also remember the name Arumfi. He's one of Perugius's 12 familiars, Arumfi of the Bright. Ghislaine, be careful. It's said in the books that he moves as fast as light.
Ghislaine Detarudia. Rudeus, retreat with Ojo-sama. I follow the orders and block Iris behind my back and move away to somewhere that will not interfere with them. But it can't be too far either, in case there are any abrupt situations Ghislaine can still aid us. If that's really Arumanfi of the Bright, using a sword probably won't hurt him. Oh no, I remember that Arumanfi of the Bright is one who governs the light spirits. As long as he can see the place, he can move there instantly, no matter how far the distance is. When I read the book, I thought to myself, that's impossible. But he suddenly appeared behind us. I believe Ghislaine is not careless enough to make a mistake, and Arumanfi has no reason to hide here. He flew over, exactly as the words described, at the speed of light. Woman, step aside. If I kill this boy, perhaps the phenomenon will stop. Regarding that, what did you say? Phenomenon? Did he mistake something? I'm the Sword King Ghislaine Detarudia. That has nothing to do with us. Leave us. Why should I believe that? Show me the proof. Look, this is one of the Sword God's 7 swords, Pillar of Peace Haramane. The Sword King and this sword is right here. Do you still not believe me?
Ghislaine extends the sword in her hands and shows it to Arumanfi. That sword also has a name. Hiramune. That weapon's name is completely unsuited for Ghislaine. Arumanfi demands a confession.
Swear upon your Shisho and tribe.
Ghislaine swears an oath.
I swear upon my teacher Gul Farion and my tribe's name, Detarudia.
Arumanfi accepts.
Very well. If you are not innocent, Perigeus-sama will sentence you in the future.
Ghislaine defies. Go ahead. Arumanfi of the Bright puts his dagger away. Right at this moment, Rudeus realizes something. My eyes capture this moment. The sky has been painted white from the beam of light firing at the ground. The moment the white light touches the ground, it devours everything like a tidal wave. The mansion disappears, the city disappears, the walls disappear. In this instant, where every single flower and plant gets devoured and the light approaches us, Hieronymi turns his head and sees it. In the next moment, he turns into a golden light and escapes. Ghislaine rushes to us after seeing it, but disappears amongst the white light rushing towards us. Harris stays without moving in blank amazement after seeing this. I want to at least protect Eris and cover her. That day, Fedoa disappeared.
Thank you so much for listening. Creating these audiobooks takes a lot of time and effort, so if you enjoyed this journey, please consider subscribing to support the channel. Only a small percentage of our listeners are subscribed, and your support makes a huge difference. If you want to hear more light novels, let me know in the comments below. See you in the next chapter.